Welcome to Ambient Whisper. Tonight, we guide you away from the bright screens and the busy noise of the world, and deep into the comforting dark. Our stories are long, quiet companions, designed to accompany you through the lonely hours of the night, or to simply provide a gentle soundscape for your focus. Settle in and let your mind drift. Tonight, we share the silence that followed the crash at Roswell. We start with the simple man, the honest eyes that first saw what could not be. The year is 1947. This is the New Mexico high desert, a landscape that is both beautiful and utterly indifferent to the presence of human life. Here, the horizon is a perpetual line of endless possibility and endless isolation. Our location is near the small, forgotten speck of Corona. Life here is governed by the sun, by the health of the sheep, and by the endless, quiet turning of the seasons. A man's word is his bond, and the most important things are always simple, concrete, and real. The nearest military base, the Roswell Army Air Field, stands 75 miles south, but in the vastness of the plains, 75 miles might as well be 75 light years. The sounds of that base, the powerful echoing rumble of the world's first nuclear bombers, rarely reached this far north. Here the air was clean and the quiet was complete. Imagine the atmosphere in the early days of July. The heat of the day was relentless, baking the cracked earth until it exhaled a dry metallic dust. Then came the storms. A rare, fierce, and violent electrical storm swept across the plains on the night of July 2nd. It was a beautiful terror. Forked lightning split the black sky, illuminating the vast landscape for a fraction of a second, before plunging it back into total, blinding darkness. The thunder was not a sharp crack, but a deep, rolling cannonade, a powerful sound that seemed to come not from the clouds, but from deep inside the earth itself. In the middle of that storm, many heard something else, a sound that was unlike the thunder, and unlike the explosion of distant ordnance at the White Sands Proving Ground. It was a singular, low, heavy, unnatural sound, a powerful, drawn-out ripping noise, quickly swallowed by the violence of the storm, and immediately forgot. The storm passed. The silence returned, deeper than before. The man who would carry the weight of that silence was William Mac Brazel, a lean, sun-weathered foreman of the Foster Ranch. He was a simple man, accustomed to the clear, definable problems of ranch life: a downed fence, a sick ewe, a broken truck part. On the morning of July 4th, or perhaps the 5th, the dates are blurred by the shock of the event, Mac Brazel rode out. The smell of wet earth and cool dust was heavy in the air. His horse's hooves made soft, squelching sounds in the rare mud of the arroyos. He was checking on his sheep when he saw the field. It was vast, spreading across nearly a mile of open pasture. The ground itself was scorched in places, not deeply burnt, but strangely browned, as if subjected to intense short-term heat. But the real focus was the wreckage. Thousands of pieces of material were scattered everywhere, sparkling faintly under the harsh, unyielding light of the morning sun. It was not one large, recognizable piece of plane. It was fragmented, pulverized, suggesting the object had disintegrated high in the atmosphere, or perhaps suffered a powerful, instantaneous collapse upon impact. The sheer quantity of debris spoke of something enormous, yet the pieces themselves were small and profoundly strange. Mac Brazel dismounted and walked slowly into the field. His boots crunched on the dry scrub, and the only other sound was the dry, ceaseless whisper of the high desert wind. He began to investigate the pieces, take the foil. It was thin, almost like aluminum foil, but it was not. He picked up a piece and felt its shocking lightness. It seemed to have almost no weight at all, a violation of the material realities he understood. He tried to crumple it. He wadded it up tightly, compressing it with all the strength of his rancher's hand, rolling it into a small, hard silver ball. He opened his palm and watched. The foil did not stay crumpled. Slowly, silently, without any visible tension or force, it simply unfolded itself. It smoothed out completely flat, every crease, every wrinkle, vanishing into the material itself. It possessed a perfect metallic memory, incapable of holding a crease, incapable of yielding to human force. Mac Brazel tried again, harder this time. The result was identical. The material defied the basic properties of every metal he had ever encountered. Every foil, every can, every truck part. It was antilogic. Then there were the strips. They were also lightweight, described as being like balsa wood, but the feeling in the hand was dense. Alien. He could not cut them. He tried to scratch them with his pocket knife, leaving no mark. He tried to break them over his knee, and they simply resisted, without bending, without snapping. The most unnerving element was the script. These wooden-like beams were covered in symbols. They were highly intentional, etched or stamped into the material in neat, precise rows. They were not the letters of English or Spanish or any language Mac Brazel had ever seen. They were geometric, angular, faintly colored. Some recall a pink or a violet hue running along the length of the strips. They looked like Egyptian hieroglyphics, but they were entirely alien, impossible to read, impossible to interpret. Imagine the silence of those days, the sheer isolation. Mac Brazel was alone with the wreckage. He gathered the debris, stuffing it into his feed bags, trying to make sense of the antilogic in the privacy of his quiet ranch house. He tried to burn the lightweight strips in his stove. They grew hot, they glowed, but they would not catch fire. He tried to slice the rubbery material with his shears. The blade simply skidded off. He was trying to categorize something, to place it into the existing boxes of his known world, and the material simply refused to fit. The pressure of the unspoken secret began to mount. The problem was not just what the object was, but what it meant that such an object could exist and crash silently on his remote pasture. For 3 days he tried to resolve the mystery himself, until the burden of the silence became too heavy to bear. He knew he needed to tell someone, not a neighbor who might laugh or think him crazy, but an authority. On the morning of July 7th, or possibly the 8th, Mac Brazel drove 40 miles into the tiny town of Roswell. He bypassed the small local police department and drove straight to the office of Sheriff George Wilcox. He presented the sheriff with the indestructible foil, the I-beams with the strange script, and the undeniable truth that something extraordinary had fallen from the immense, silent New Mexico sky. And with that simple action, the quiet, isolated world of Mac Brazel collided violently with the absolute, crushing power of the United States military. The secret has left the hands of the rancher, Mac Brazel, and has been delivered to the guardians of the sky. The stage is now the Roswell Army Airfield, home of the 509th Bomb Group, the very heart of America's atomic might. This is a place of precision, of security, of deep, unspoken secrets. When the phone rang in the office of Sheriff George Wilcox, and the sheriff described the impossible debris, the secret was instantly elevated to the highest level of national concern. The man dispatched to the scene was not just any officer. He was Major Jesse Marcel. Major Marcel was the intelligence officer of the 509th. His job was to know what was flying, where it came from, and what it meant. His mind was a trained vault of aerial reconnaissance and military counterintelligence. If a man could identify a Soviet drone or a complex new radar reflector, it was Major Marcel. He was pragmatic, experienced, and deeply respected. The desert called to him. Imagine the drive north. It is 75 miles of vast, undulating plains. The heat of the morning is already beginning to build, shimmering off the asphalt road. The truck is rumbling, and Major Marcel is driving. his mind working through the possibilities: a foreign aircraft, a meteorological anomaly, a classified domestic test gone wrong. Professional experience told him to assume the mundane, but the sheriff's description, the foil that straightened itself, the beams that would not burn, the symbols, these details refused to be categorized. They lay outside the parameters of all known military or civilian hardware. He drives for hours. The horizon remains fixed, yet always receding. The sense of isolation is profound. The simple, honest land seems to mock the complexity of his mission. He finally arrives at the Foster Ranch. The air is still. The dry wind carries the faint scent of juniper and baked soil. Mac Brazel leads him to the field, and then Major Marcel saw it. The debris field was overwhelming, covering an immense area, the fragments scattered as if dropped from a great height, then blown by a furious wind. This was not a neat, central impact crater. This was a wide, mile-long trail of wreckage, testament to an object that had disintegrated in the higher atmosphere. Or while traveling at an unimaginable speed, Major Marcel's intelligence training instantly recognized the difference. He knelt down in the dust, picking up the pieces. He held the strips of metal, so thin, so unbelievably light, yet so rigid. He confirmed the rancher's impossible claim. He could not bend them, he could not break them, he could not mark them. They felt like nothing known to the world of metallurgy. A material that contradicted the fundamental equation of weight versus strength. They were physically unreal, and the symbols, the purple geometric writing, he studied the I-beams, turning them slowly in the intense New Mexico sun. The symbols caught the light. They were precise, deliberate, and completely unreadable. He knew, instantly, with the cold certainty of a trained professional, that this was not a weather balloon. It was not a radar reflector. It was not a Soviet device. It was entirely other. The major spent hours collecting the material, bagging it, tagging it, confirming the impossibility of every piece. The truth was gathered in heavy canvas bags and loaded into his vehicle. The sun dipped low, the desert sky turning those impossible shades of orange and violet that only exist above the plains. He drove back to the base, but the weight of the secret, the sheer, unquantifiable impact of what he knew, compelled him to make one deviation. In the early hours of July 8th, before the official reports were filed, before the weight of the entire military command descended, Major Marcel drove home. He woke his young son, Jesse Jr. He led the boy to the kitchen table, and in the silence of their dark house, under the dim single bulb of the overhead lamp, he spilled the contents of the bags. Imagine that moment, the glow of the strange metal, the rigid, unyielding strips, the unmistakable, utterly alien writing. Spread out next to the everyday clutter of a family kitchen, salt and pepper shakers, a bowl of fruit, a newspaper, the two Jesses, father and son, shared a truth that the world was not yet ready for. Major Marcel spoke in a low voice, imparting a profound and terrifying lesson to his child. He told him, "This is a flying disc. These symbols are not any kind of writing known on Earth. You may never see anything like this again." The boy handled the debris. He crushed the foil and watched it silently, smoothly, unfold. He ran his small fingers over the cool, hard surface of the I-beams, tracing the impossible geometric purple script. It was a secret passed from one generation to the next, an urgent, silent testament to the vastness of the universe. For perhaps an hour, the truth sat on the kitchen table. Then, Major Marcel gathered the materials, sealed the canvas bags, and drove to the base. The window of truth was already beginning to close. The military machine moved. Upon seeing Major Marcel's genuine material and hearing his report, Colonel William Blanchard, the base commander, made the decisive, fatal error. He followed the military doctrine of the time, transparency. He authorized the public information officer, Walter Haut, to issue a press release. On July 8, 1947, the world received a shocking telegram. The RAAF has captured a flying saucer on a ranch in the Roswell region. The Roswell Daily Record ran the headline, and the shock wave was instantaneous. Newspapers across the country, from coast to coast, picked up the story. The wave of flying saucer sightings that had begun with Kenneth Arnold weeks earlier now had official military confirmation. The quiet little incident in the remote New Mexico desert had become a global event. But that explosive truth lasted only a few hours. The chain of command reacted with a sudden, violent spasm of fear. This was the summer of the Cold War. Any official confirmation of unknown, unstoppable technology in the sky was a profound threat to national security and an unacceptable admission of helplessness. The orders came down from the highest echelons of the 8th Air Force, commanded by Brigadier General Roger Ramey, in Fort Worth, Texas. The press release was to be retracted immediately. The truth was to be buried under a hastily constructed mountain of lies. Major Marcel and the real debris were flown immediately to Fort Worth. The scene in General Ramey's office, on the afternoon of July 8th, was a piece of deliberate, high-stakes theater. Major Marcel was ordered into the office. The air was thick with the scent of fear and command. There, on the floor, was a pile of materials, but it was not the indestructible, symbol-etched wreckage Marcel had found. It was substitute material, shredded paper, ordinary aluminum foil, wooden sticks, and strips of rubber. It was the pathetic, identifiable debris of a standard high-altitude weather balloon, the kind used every day by weather stations across the country. General Ramey, standing over a desk, directed the performance. Marcel was ordered to kneel beside this pile of fake wreckage and to pose for the photograph that would be transmitted around the world. Imagine the humiliation, the cold, crushing weight of military obedience. Major Marcel had held the truth, the antilogic of the universe, in his own hands. Now he was being forced to kneel beside a pile of garbage and publicly lie by the simple fact of his presence and his silence. He was told to identify the pile of paper and sticks as the material recovered from the ranch. His face in the famous photographs is carefully blank, betraying nothing, an act of extreme professional discipline. But inside, the mind that had touched the secret was recoiling from the deception. The cover-up was not a slow, deep-seated conspiracy. It was a violent, immediate act of statecraft, designed to stop a massive public panic before the sun set. Colonel Thomas Dubose, who was General Ramey's adjutant, later confirmed the motivation. It was an order from Washington to put out the fire. The weather balloon story was a necessary lie, a quick, definitive counterstatement to stop the flood of panic and speculation that had been unleashed by the initial, truthful press release. And just like that, in the space of a single day, the unbelievable truth of a captured flying disc was replaced by the believable lie of a crashed weather balloon. Major Marcel returned to Roswell. He carried the secret not in canvas bags, but in the silent vault of his mind. He was bound by the most severe oath, the requirement of absolute silence in the face of a direct order involving national security. To speak the truth was to invite ruin, to betray his oath, and to threaten the stability of the entire military infrastructure. The material he had recovered, the real material, was quickly separated from the public eye. It was rumored to have been flown to Wright Field, or perhaps to Washington itself. It vanished into the black hole of top-secret classification. The town of Roswell began its long, strange journey toward myth. The initial headline was retracted. The rancher, Mac Brazel, was reportedly taken to the base, questioned, and effectively silenced. his initial, honest enthusiasm for the story replaced by a nervous, rehearsed compliance. He was a simple man, easily overpowered by the authority of the Army Air Force. He was made to say that the debris was just tinfoil and rubber and sticks. The men who had seen the real thing, Major Marcel and his son, were now isolated in a truth that they could never voice. The deception was complete. The lie was disseminated. And the quiet of the desert was once again broken, not by the crash of the unknown, but by the deliberate echoing silence of the government cover-up. For decades, the Major kept his secret. He carried the antilogic of the debris and the knowledge of his public betrayal. With him, the official story of the weather balloon was now the accepted truth, but beneath it, the original truth, the undeniable reality of the foil that unfolded, and the unreadable script remained. A cold, hard kernel of fact, waiting for the silence to finally break. We continue our journey across the immense silence of the American Southwest. In the wake of the official denial of 1947, the secret did not vanish. It did not dissolve into the dry desert air. It simply went underground. It was sealed not in military vaults, but in the quiet, fearful minds of the townspeople and the soldiers who had seen things they were ordered to forget. For decades, the silence held. The newspapers stopped running the headlines. The politicians stopped asking the questions. The story of the captured flying disc was replaced by the simple, non-threatening narrative of a weather balloon. But secrets are heavy things. They warp the minds that carry them, and they refuse to stay buried. The silence that followed the cover-up was not peace. It was pressure, building slowly, over 30 long years. We now turn our attention to the people who knew the truth was manufactured, and the stories that finally forced the secrets back into the light. Imagine the feeling of knowing something so immense, so world-altering, and being unable to speak it. This was the burden carried by Major Marcel, and by dozens of others who lived within the immediate radius of the crash. The pressure wasn't always a direct threat. Often, it was simply the knowledge of the power held by the military. The subtle, chilling implication that the government could reach you, could ruin your life, could make you disappear if you betrayed your silence. For a generation, the people of Roswell lived under the quiet weight of this unspoken truth. They would gather in small groups at the general store or the church basement, and they would speak in hushed tones about the strange fragments, the foil that remembered its shape, the immense military convoys that had swept through the desert, cleaning the landscape with a desperate surgical efficiency. The children who had seen the material in the hands of their fathers grew into adults who watched their fathers live in a state of perpetual nervous compliance. The secret became a ghost in the small town, seen by everyone, acknowledged by no one. But by the late 1970s, the initial fear had begun to yield to age and to guilt. The military oaths held less power over men who were nearing the end of their lives, and who felt the need, the desperate, profound need, to finally clear their conscience. This slow crumbling of the wall of silence introduced the new and far darker dimension to the Roswell narrative, the claims of occupants. The first accounts to truly break the silence added a grim detail to the recovery. They claimed that the debris field was not the only site. 27 miles away, another scene was found, a more intact vessel, and beside it, the corpses of the beings that piloted it. One of the most persistent and chilling narratives came from Glenn Dennis. Dennis was an employee at a local Roswell funeral home. He claimed that the local morticians had been contacted by the military, who urgently inquired about the availability of child-sized caskets and the methods for preserving bodies that had been exposed to the elements for several days. His most terrifying account was his meeting with a nurse who worked at the Roswell Army Air Field Hospital. This nurse, shaken and traumatized, allegedly described being present at the autopsies of the recovered beings. Imagine the scene: a sterile, brightly lit room, filled with the metallic scent of disinfectant and the cold dread of the unknown. The nurse described the bodies as small, 4 to 5 feet in height. They had delicate, thin limbs and disproportionately large heads. Their skin, she claimed, was grayish-brown, and their eyes were large, dark, and utterly alien, lacking pupils, lacking the slightest hint of human emotion or recognition. She described a body that was damaged, partially exposed to the elements, and the profound, silent horror of the doctors who were forced to try and categorize a creature that defied every known textbook of biology and anatomy. Dennis claimed the nurse was terrified, warned him to never speak of what she had seen, and then vanished from the base, transferred or removed, never to be seen again by her colleagues in Roswell. Her fear became the most powerful testimony, the silent evidence of the unbearable truth. Another critical witness was Frankie Rowe. As a young girl, she was present near the debris field after the initial recovery. She described the military presence, the overwhelming number of soldiers sweeping the area, but she also spoke of a piece of debris that was thin, silvery, and flexible. When she bent it, a soldier immediately rushed over, confiscated the material, and delivered a chilling, whispered threat to her and her family: never speak of this, or there will be consequences. These witnesses, and others, were not seeking fame or wealth. They were seeking to unburden themselves of a memory so profound that it had haunted them for decades. The accumulation of these quiet confessions forced the U.S. government to finally respond. The pressure became too great. By the early 1990s, the renewed interest in Roswell had become a persistent media presence. The time for the simple weather balloon lie was over. It was time for a new, far more complex, and more difficult to disprove narrative. In 1994, the Air Force released its first major report, the Roswell Report: Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico Desert. This report finally, officially, admitted the initial weather balloon story was a complete fabrication, a deliberate lie. This was a massive concession. But it was immediately replaced by another, more intricate secret: Project Mogul. Project Mogul was a classified espionage program from the early Cold War era. It involved using massive strings of high-altitude weather balloons, which carried specialized acoustic sensors, designed to float over the Soviet Union. The goal was to detect the infrasound shockwaves created by Soviet atomic bomb tests. The report claimed that the strange, antilogic debris recovered by Mac Brazel was merely the remains of a highly specialized Mogul balloon train. The indestructible foil was allegedly made of certain durable plastics, and the I-beams with the hieroglyphic script were explained as balsa wood sticks wrapped in tape, with the symbols being nothing more than everyday floral designs or patterns used by the manufacturer. The explanation was highly technical, dense, and difficult for the average citizen to follow. It served to confuse the issue, replacing a simple lie with a complicated truth that was still only a partial truth, the truth of espionage, not the truth of extraterrestrials. It created a new kind of silence, the silence that comes from information overload and engineered confusion. But the claims of alien bodies persisted. Project Mogul could explain the debris, but it could not explain the morticians, the nurses, and the children who claimed to have seen small, strange corpses. In 1997, the Air Force released a second, equally detailed report, the Roswell Report: Case Closed. This report addressed the biological entities. It conceded that the witness accounts had likely become conflated over the decades with highly sensitive later military tests. The report introduced the subject of anthropomorphic test dummies, Beginning in the 1950s, the military began conducting numerous high-altitude parachute and impact tests over the New Mexico desert. They used 4 to 5 foot tall dummies, some weighing over 175 pounds, designed to resemble the size and shape of a human pilot. These dummies were dropped from immense heights and were often recovered in a damaged state, sometimes covered in parachutes and protective gear that gave them an unsettling, almost bandaged appearance. The Air Force suggested that the memories of witnesses, particularly those who came forward decades later, had fused the 1947 crash of the Mogul balloon with the sight of these terrifying test dummies scattered across the desert in the 1950s. The final official solution was elegant in its complexity. The debris was a balloon from 1947, and the bodies were dummies from the 1950s, two separate events merged by the passage of time and the power of suggestion. But this solution required the listener to accept that dozens of witnesses, including trained professionals, had simply misremembered the decade of the most important event of their lives. It asked us to believe that the very officials who had lied about the weather balloon were now telling the complete, unvarnished truth about the dummies. The silence that followed this final report was not acceptance, but a weary skepticism. The silence has been broken, but the mystery has only deepened. The simple, anthologic debris found by Mac Brazel has been obscured by layers of official narrative. We are left to choose not between truth and lie, but between 3 competing versions of the truth, none of which fully account for the chilling details of the original events. The secret is not that something crashed. The secret is the immense, engineered confusion that followed. The quiet weight of the possibility remains, suspended over the New Mexico desert. We have explored the silence of the rancher and the silence of the major. In our final chapter, we will explore the quiet, enduring void of the mystery itself, the questions that will never be answered. We have traced the debris across the barren land and followed the secret through the corridors of power. We have listened to the honest accounts of the rancher, the conflicted testimony of the major, and the haunting, fragmented memories of the witnesses. But now, the facts must dissolve. The contradictions must fade. We turn now to the true legacy of Roswell, the space left behind, the void that was created, not by the crash, but by the deliberate, chilling act of deception. The final enduring mystery is not what fell from the sky, but the immense, quiet, unsettling realization that the men sworn to protect us lied without hesitation. Allow your mind to leave the complexity of the reports, the competing timelines of spy balloons and test dummies. Let us focus now on the atmosphere of the secret itself and the quiet damage it left behind. Why was the lie so immediate, so absolute? Was it fear of the Soviet Union, the terror that the Soviets might interpret the initial press release as proof that the United States had access to unstoppable, untouchable technology? Technology they would then be forced to neutralize at any cost. Was the lie a strategic defense, a necessary sacrifice of trust for the greater safety of the nation? Or was it a simpler, more profound fear, the fear of the unknown, the deep philosophical terror of realizing that humanity was not alone, that the vast sky was not empty, and that our place in the universe was suddenly, terrifyingly small? The truth is that the weather balloon lie did more than hide a crashed object. It created an enduring psychic wound in the national consciousness, a subtle, permanent fracture between the government and the governed. The damage was not in the crash itself, but in the enforced silence that followed. Imagine the atmosphere of the high desert absorbing that deception, the immense dry land, the indifferent mountains. They hold the truth better than any military file. They watched the trucks drive in, and they watched the trucks drive out, and they knew that the men who left carried a lie, and the land simply waited. The secrecy required more than just silencing Major Marcel. It required the systematic isolation of every person who had touched the truth. The threat was often unspoken, a cold, lingering realization that their lives, their careers, their reputations were now utterly contingent upon their silence. This is the quiet terror of totalitarianism, dressed in the uniform of national security. The weight of this enforced silence is what created the enduring void. It is the hollow space where trust used to reside. Let us revisit the true antilogic of the original discovery. Forget the later claims of bodies. Forget the reports of test dummies. Return to the essential, tangible core of the mystery, the debris found by Mac Brazel, the foil that would not crumple, that resisted the force of the human hand, and return to its original smooth state. This is not just physics. It is a metaphor for the secret itself. The truth was crushed. It was balled up. It was forced into a tight, dark space. But the moment the pressure was released, the moment the witnesses were free to speak, the truth, simply and perfectly, unfolded itself again. The symbols, the purple geometric hieroglyphic script, they were unreadable, they defied translation. They stood as a permanent marker of the gap between our world and another. They whisper that there are technologies, there are languages, there are intelligences that exist entirely outside the sphere of human comprehension. Allow your mind to dwell on those symbols, the way they looked under the harsh New Mexico sun, intentional, precise, and profoundly mysterious. They are the true, unyielding kernel of the story, the part that the mogul report and the dummies report could never fully explain away. The Air Force claimed the symbols were from a floral tape pattern, but the very claim sounds nervous, desperate, a final, flimsy attempt to overlay the profound unknown with the mundane patterns of everyday life. The stars above the New Mexico desert look down, and they know the truth. They shine with an ancient, cold indifference, waiting for us to stop fighting over the small, terrestrial secrets and look up at the vastness, the actual terrifying vastness that surrounds us. We are left with three possibilities, three shadows cast by one enormous event. The simplest possibility, the weather balloon, an innocent mistake, covered up only because the Air Force was embarrassed by the global publicity. The tactical possibility, Project Mogul, a valuable piece of espionage equipment, shielded by a necessary strategic lie, and the infinite possibility, the craft of an intelligence not of this world, whose debris was so frighteningly advanced that the U.S. government chose to sacrifice public trust rather than admit their powerlessness. We will never find a singular, definitive answer. The original crash site has been scrubbed clean. The key witnesses are gone. Their memories now blended with time, fear, and the constant white noise of government denial. The true legacy of Roswell is the permanent question mark it placed over the idea of authority and the idea of reality itself. It created a place in the human mind where anything, no matter how improbable, is still possible. Do not seek resolution tonight. Do not seek the answer. The goal is not to solve the mystery, but to accept its companionship, to find peace in the persistent knowledge that some things remain forever, entirely unexplained. Thank you for spending this long night in the dark with Ambient Whisper. We leave you now with the vast silence of the desert and the enduring quiet of the stars. We leave you with the gentle knowledge that the greatest secrets are often the ones you carry in your own mind. If you found peace in the complexity of this mystery and comfort in the silence, please consider subscribing. It's the best way to ensure you join us for our next long-form audio journey. Until then, may your sleep be deep and your dreams be quiet. Good night. The heat of the New Mexico summer in 1947 was not a gentle warmth. It was not the lazy, golden heat of a coastal day. It was an oppressor. It was a dense physical weight that bore down upon the earth, absorbing every attempt at sound and rendering the very atmosphere viscous and difficult to move through. This high desert heat, the persistent, dry burn of it, had settled over the ranch and the endless plains like a vast, shimmering sheet of invisible, sound-dampening glass. The sheer persistence of it induced a kind of profound chemical exhaustion, a drain on the spirit that was almost worse than the drain on the body. Eliza, a girl of 17 years, lay restless in her narrow cot. The time was indeterminate, somewhere far past the midnight hour but nowhere near the dawn. The single, thin cotton sheet was twisted at her feet, offering no solace against the heat that seemed to radiate up from the very floorboards. The room was dark, yet the darkness itself was thin. Out here, miles from the modest lights of Corona or Roswell, the light pollution was non-existent. The sky was an astronomical impossibility, a vast, cold tapestry woven with uncountable stars, and the Milky Way was not a sprinkling, but a shocking, vibrant river of dust and distant suns. This immense, uncaring ocean of light pressed in from above, making the room's shadows deep and profound. Every breath Eliza took tasted of fine, talcum-like dust and the dry, medicinal scent of the juniper scrub that dotted the ranch property. She listened. Listening was something she did constantly. In the desert, sound was the only reliable measure of distance, safety, and time. From the next room, she heard the low, resonant, predictable breath of her grandfather, Old Man Sila's. His slow, deliberate inhales and exhales were a comforting metronome, a counterpoint to the subtle anxiety that often kept her awake. He was the anchor here, a man forged from the granite of this land, predictable and stubborn. Beyond his breathing, the night was orchestrated by the cicadas. They had been sawing their relentless, high-pitched song since dusk, a constant, abrasive hiss that was the sonic signature of the desert heat. But tonight, there was a third element. She paid attention to the edges of things, and tonight the edge felt wrong. Since sundown, the high-pitched whisper of the ranch's old radio, the sound she associated with atmospheric tension, had been a screaming static. It was the sound of immense, building electrical energy miles away, the promise of a coming, violent release. It was the knowledge that a powerful electrical storm was marching across the plateaus to the west. She slipped out of bed, the rough, dry cotton blanket scraping against her bare skin. She moved silently across the cool patch of floor to the screen door. The door itself was old, the mesh fine, and pressing her forehead gently against the cool wire was a small, temporary relief. Outside, the plains were a landscape of sculpted shadow, black velvet punctuated by the ghostly white crust of the distant alkali flats, known to the locals as the dry lake bed. It was toward that expanse, the flattest, most exposed area for miles, that the air now felt charged, heavy, and expectant. And then the sound of the cicadas broke. They did not fade or diminish. They simply, abruptly ceased. The sudden silence was shocking, total, and profound. It was a vacuum of intention, the kind of silence that precedes a fatal accident the moment before the hammer drops. The wind, which had been a faint, lazy stirring, died completely. The air hung utterly still, holding the dust motes suspended. Eliza remained frozen, breathing shallowly. Then the storm began its work. It started with a low, primal vibration. It was not yet audible, but she felt it, a deep, resonant hum that traveled through the foundation of the house and up the bones of her legs. The vibration escalated, culminating in the sharp, crystalline crackle of immense atmospheric energy discharging. The first flash of lightning was not a single line of light, but a total illumination. The entire sky, from horizon to zenith, became a vast, shocking sheet of incandescent, brilliant white. Everything was momentarily rendered in stark, terrifying relief. The twisted silhouette of the juniper outside, the jagged, low ridges of the plateau, the distant, silent line of the lake bed. The thunder that followed was a physical blow, a chest-compressing roar that shook the very foundations of the old ranch house. It was terrifying, certainly, but it was also majestic, entirely natural, and therefore ultimately predictable. These storms were the desert's expression of power, a rhythm of violence and release that Eliza had known for all 17 years of her life. But tonight, the known rhythm was violently interrupted. As the echoes of the thunder began to roll away across the vast, empty plains, leaving a low, distant drumming, a second, utterly foreign sound entered the soundscape. It was a whine. It was not the low, predictable drone of a bomber. Eliza knew the sound of the Roswell Army airfield planes. They sounded like predictable mechanical bees. This sound was higher, cleaner, and unnervingly stressed. It cut through the residual air of the storm, a high-frequency, sustained tone, like a vast, struggling turbine fighting against an impossible crushing resistance. It sounded like immense metal screaming without friction. It was a sound of mechanical agony. Eliza pressed herself closer to the cool wire mesh of the screen door. The sound was closer now, louder, vibrating the delicate glass in the window panes. It was moving too fast, too erratically, for any known earthly craft to sustain in this volatile, turbulent air. Its passage seemed to defy the very atmosphere it was in. It approached from the northwest, a direction that led only deeper into the barren, uninhabited plateaus. A series of rapid, stuttering electrical discharges began to rip through the lower clouds that had gathered directly above the sound source. These were not the broad, elegant strokes of a natural storm. They were concentrated, desperate flashes that seemed to originate from a single, highly stressed point in the air, like failing, explosive attempts to hold some immense structure together. And then, the moment came. It was the moment that shattered the predictable order of her quiet, lonely universe. The next flash of lightning was the brightest yet. It was a searing, instantaneous, white-hot exposure that lasted perhaps a quarter of a second, but that time was enough. The light carved the desert into stark, black-and-white relief, and directly above the far-off line of the cracked, white lake bed, the light froze an object in mid-descent. It was not a bird. It was not a conventional aircraft. It was certainly not any kind of weather balloon she had ever been taught about in school. It was vast. That was the first paralyzing understanding. Its physical size devoured a shocking portion of the visible night sky. The second realization was that it was impossible. It possessed no discernible wings, no stabilizing fins, no engine housings that were recognizable to human flight. It was geometric, a sweeping, curved shell of total blackness against the incandescent white background, but it was severely bent. It was visibly warped, angled sharply and unnaturally against its own path of travel. It was not gliding. It was skidding through the atmosphere, listing violently to one side, descending not under the practiced, controlled hands of a pilot, but under the immutable, crushing force of a catastrophic failure. It was falling, but with a sustained, controlled, terrifying velocity that defied simple freefall. It was being pulled down, not simply dropping. The mechanical whine reached its terminal peak. It was now an agonizing shriek, the sound of its own structural integrity being torn apart by the very air molecules it passed through. It sounded like the final mechanical cry of total, absolute stress. For the brief instant of the flash, sparks, clean, brilliant, blue-white, and utterly unnatural, spattered violently from its underside, tiny bursts of dying energy fighting and failing against the physics of the crash. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished. The impossibly shaped object was swallowed by the churning, violent blackness of the sky and the rolling, empty geography of the plain. The shriek was instantly replaced by a sound of terrible finality. It was a wet, grinding, sundering roar, a sound of structure and earth colliding with an unimaginable, terrible force. It was a singular, sustained rip that traveled up from the ground, through the wooden foundations, and resonated deep within Eliza's bones. And then, silence. The storm, which had been at its peak, seemed to have been entirely consumed by the event. It spent its remaining energy in a final, weak burst of rain that pattered listlessly on the tin roof, a sound suddenly fragile and inconsequential. The thunder retreated into a low, distant, muffled growl miles away, like a gravely wounded animal limping off to die in the dark. The silence that followed was total. It was the silence of a clock that has stopped, the absolute negation of all prior noise. It was not the familiar silence of the desert, which was always full of tiny sounds, but a new, profound, oppressive quiet. Eliza remained frozen at the screen door. The metallic, high-frequency ozone smell, which had been faint before the crash, now flooded the air. It was thick and acrid, mixed with the strange, sterile scent of burnt gypsum and something she could not name. Something chemically clean and cold, the unmistakable residue of the object's passing. It had fallen. She had seen it. And whatever it was so catastrophic in its destruction that it had carved a wound in the earth and absorbed the entire electrical fury of the storm. Her heart hammered a chaotic, frantic rhythm against her ribs. She felt no immediate physical fear of danger, no instinct to run or hide, only an overwhelming sense of violation. The predictable, lonely, ordered world of the ranch had been utterly breached, not by a natural disaster, but by an unnatural, mechanical event. She moved away from the screen, her bare feet silent on the floorboards, and looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. It read 11:37 in the evening. The date was July the 2nd, 1947. She knew she would not sleep again that night. She did not know what she had seen, but she knew, with the cold, absolute certainty that only comes with bearing secret witness, that she was now carrying a truth that the vast silence of the night, and perhaps the vast silence of the entire world, was desperately trying to smother and swallow whole. She spent the remaining, slow hours watching the unchanging horizon, waiting for a light that would signal an investigation, a recovery, or perhaps, simply, the dawn. But only the cold, vast ocean of the Milky Way watched back, its light silent, ancient, and utterly indifferent to the single, impossible sound that had just died in the desert below. The secret had settled in her mind, heavy and cold, a permanent, quiet addition to the silence of her life. The dawn of July 3rd was a fraud. It brought light, but it offered no relief. The intense, oppressive heat of the previous night had condensed into a thick, humid stillness that hung low over the plains, holding the acrid scent of ozone and something burnt, something metallic and chemically clean, close to the ground. The sky was now a flat, pale blue, wiped entirely clean of the violent electrical energy that had ripped through it hours before. It was a day of immaculate, terrifying silence. The decision had been made in the shadow of the scar, the terrible commitment to falsehood ratified by the simple act of hiding the fragments in the handkerchief. They had told the lie to Sheriff Jesse, presenting the impossible fragments with the practiced ease of two people describing a common weather event. The sheriff's call had been quick, immediate, and unsettlingly brief. Now they were back at the ranch, sitting on the porch swing, the midday sun having surrendered its heat to the oppressive quiet of the late afternoon. The handkerchief containing the debris was gone, surrendered to the law, but the weight of the debris remained. It was a pressure in the air, a tingling sense of being watched that had replaced the familiar, comforting solitude of the ranch. The memory of the colonel's cool, expressionless face on the phone, even filtered through the sheriff's nervous transcription, had been enough to confirm the military's imminent arrival. Eliza leaned back in the swing, letting the slow, rhythmic creak of the old chains become a part of the soundscape, trying to filter the anxiety through the familiar. Silas was inside, ostensibly checking the feed stores, but Eliza knew he was near the window, his old rifle resting against the doorway, less a tool of defense and more a totem of stubborn independence. Then, the horizon changed. It was subtle, an introduction of the unnatural into the natural order. Far to the east, miles away on the scrubland that led down to the main county road, a low, dense cloud of fine, ochre dust began to rise. It did not billow or drift like a dust devil caused by the wind. This cloud was moving with a terrible, slow, deliberate purpose, a terrestrial disturbance generated by immense, rolling weight. It was moving fast, too fast for any civilian farmer or oil exploration team. "They're not even using the road," Eliza murmured, standing up slowly, allowing the swing to come to a gentle stop behind her. Her voice was barely a whisper against the rising wind that preceded the disturbance. "They're just cutting across the plains." Silas emerged from the darkness of the house, wiping his hands on a rag, and stepped onto the porch. He didn't speak. They watched the inexorable advance of the dust cloud, which grew in volume, rising hundreds of feet into the clean blue sky, a brown, rolling wall that signaled the end of their privacy. The noise preceded the sight of the vehicles, a complex, growing roar that was far more sinister than the single shriek of the crash itself. It was a sustained, organized rumble, the heavy, rhythmic grind of multiple engines straining against the unprepared earth, the slapping sound of heavy truck tires crushing the brittle scrub, and the occasional muffled clank of chains and loose military equipment rattling together. It was the sound of organized, mechanized force arriving to impose total order on chaos. It took a long, slow 30 minutes for the dust cloud to materialize into its individual components. The convoy was precise and chillingly functional. Two massive 6x6 flatbed trucks, their canvas covers taut and secured, 3 olive-green Jeeps moving like hounds ahead of the pack, and a single, unmarked black sedan bringing up the rear. They stopped with a coordinated, tight efficiency directly in front of the ranch's rusted wire gate. They did not announce their presence. They simply ceased motion, and the sudden cessation of engine noise left a ringing vacuum in the hot air. 2 men emerged from the black sedan. They were dressed in immaculate khaki uniforms, starched and pressed, their brass gleaming unnaturally clean in the desert dust. They moved with a disciplined, economical grace that spoke not of military training, but of absolute, unquestioned authority. They were aliens in this environment, their clean lines and polished boots utterly opposed to the rough, dusty reality of the ranch. The older man, a colonel with a face as smooth and unreadable as the foil Eliza had handled, approached the fence. His face was devoid of expression, a polished mask. He held no hat, exposing a severe, closely cropped haircut. He carried no weapon, but his presence felt like a drawn firearm. "Silas and Eliza," he stated, his voice flat, precisely modulated, devoid of any regional accent. It carried just enough volume to be heard clearly, cutting through the silence without needing to shout. "We appreciate you reporting the debris from the Project Mogul balloon payload." Silas adjusted his spectacles, a flicker of defiance in his posture. "Colonel," he said, his voice slow and deliberate, anchored by years of speaking to stubborn sheep and government agents. "With all respect, I don't know what a Mogul balloon is. But what we found shook the house and plowed a ditch across the federal pasture that would bury a cow whole. That's not rubber and balsa wood, and it wasn't a weather balloon. The colonel executed a small, chilling adjustment of the lips that could not, by any stretch of the imagination, be called a smile. It was an acknowledgement of Silas's statement, and an immediate, cold dismissal of it. "Mr. Silas, you had a spectacular thunderstorm last night. The high-altitude testing equipment is designed for resilience, but even the best radar targets can cause a localized disturbance when they fail at high velocity." His eyes, a shade of colorless gray, passed briefly over Eliza, then back to Silas. "The government is grateful for your quick action. Your civic duty is complete, and the matter is now classified under the interests of national defense research." He signaled to the two young men in the nearest jeep. They were corporals, rigid and impersonal. They moved toward the porch where Silas had rested the handkerchief containing the impossible fragments. "We need the debris you collected, all of it, for inventory and controlled analysis." "It's in the kitchen," Silas said, his voice tight. "Show them, Eliza." Eliza stepped forward, her knees suddenly weak but her mind keenly alert. She led the two young soldiers inside. They were barely older than her, yet their eyes held a distant, professional flatness that made them seem ancient, disconnected from human curiosity. She pointed to the kitchen counter where Silas had left the linen-wrapped evidence. The way the soldiers handled the debris was the third most disturbing thing she had seen, ranking just after the sight of the falling craft and the sound of the final impact. They did not examine it with the wide-eyed amazement of the sheriff. They handled it like clerks sorting forms, with cold, clinical neutrality. They used thick, leather-palmed gloves to pick up the impossibly light foil and the resilient sticks, placing them into a specially constructed, heavy metal box lined with soft, acoustic foam. The detachment was terrifying. They had been instructed on the properties of the fragments, yet they showed no reaction to the fact that the foil refused to hold a crease, or that the balsa-like stick was denser than ironwood. They simply cataloged the objects into the secure container. One of the soldiers glanced briefly at Eliza, his eyes moving over her face like a camera lens. "Did you touch any of this, miss?" "Yes," she said honestly. "It was cold, and it won't stay crumpled. It keeps its shape." The soldier's expression did not change. "Must have been the temperature differential, ma'am. These high-altitude balloons freeze at altitude, causes certain materials to behave oddly under ambient pressure." He looked away, closing the box with a definitive metallic clack. The sound echoed in the small, quiet room, a sound of absolute finality. The evidence was gone, sealed into an official narrative. The colonel was still waiting outside. He reached into his jacket pocket, extracting a clean, crisp sheaf of bills, folded precisely. "For your time, trouble, and any minor disturbance to the ranch. Consider this a gesture of government appreciation." He laid the money on the porch railing, weighted down by a smooth, polished stone. "We don't want your money," Silas said, pushing the bills away with the toe of his boot. "We want the truth about what landed here." The colonel met his gaze, and this time the polite mask dropped just slightly, revealing the iron behind the velvet glove. Eliza felt the full, cold weight of his authority, a pressure that seemed to steal the air from her lungs. "The truth, Mr. Silas, is precisely what you have been given. A Project Mogul research balloon, high-altitude tracking, accidental debris field." He paused, letting the arid silence fill the space. "You will repeat that story exactly as given to the press in Roswell. If you or your granddaughter should ever discuss anything else, any conjecture, any personal observation, any distortion of the official report, it will not only jeopardize your grazing lease and your right to the land, which is federally administered, but it will be considered a matter of national security interference. The military is not in the habit of issuing repeat warnings, Mr. Silas. Do you understand your responsibility to your country?" His voice was still low, still precise, but the threat was absolute, chilling Eliza far more effectively than the memory of the actual falling craft. This was not a warning. It was the psychological imposition of a new reality. The world was now what the colonel said it was. With that final statement, the colonel nodded once stiffly, then walked back to his sedan, which turned in a tight, soundless arc and sped away, following the dusty trail back toward the south. But the trucks remained. The heavy flatbeds and the remaining Jeep convoy did not return to the main road. Instead, they cut back across the plains, following the trajectory Eliza had described, directly toward the scar in the earth. The sound of their passage was muffled now, distant but relentless. Eliza and Silas watched from the porch swing as the machinery reached the main impact site. The sun was beginning its slow, magnificent descent toward the west, casting long, bruised purple shadows across the plains. Then, with the abruptness of a switch being thrown, powerful floodlights snapped on at the site. Bright, clinical, focused beams that cut the gathering darkness. They turned the wreckage zone into an unnaturally illuminated stage, a pool of sterile, artificial light that did not belong under the vast, deep dome of the desert sky. The heavy, rhythmic clanking of lifting gear began almost immediately, a sound of metal moving metal with great effort, interspersed with the muffled, static-laden crackle of two-way radio traffic. The natural silence of the desert night, the quiet whisper of the wind, the distant cry of a coyote, the rhythmic creak of the old windmill, had been utterly replaced by the sound of the military machine. The cleanup was not a hasty affair. It was a methodical, grinding process, enforcing the great lie with every rotation of the winch and every glare of the artificial light. Eliza knew then that the secret had taken root, not just in the ruined ground, but in the silence that had fallen between her and her grandfather, where it would now live forever, a permanent, quiet broadcast in the center of their isolated lives. The silence that had settled over the ranch was not the organic silence of the desert, the quietude pregnant with the promise of wind, cicadas, and the movement of game. It was a manufactured silence, a dense, heavy blanket woven from threat and deception. It was a vacuum created by the colonel's polite, absolute authority. For 3 days, Silas barely left the house, retreating into the meticulous, predictable routine of paperwork and inventory, his mind visibly consumed by the constant, grinding machinery miles away. He had done his duty, and now he suffered the cost of his compliance. But Eliza was 17. Obedience for her was an incomplete calculation. She needed to know the full cost of the secret they had been commanded to keep. The need to see, to witness the depth of the violation, outweighed the fear of the colonel's warning. On the 4th night, after the moon had set and the darkness was total, she slipped away from the ranch house, carrying nothing but her old, battered binoculars and a thermos of cold coffee. She rode her favorite gelding, Scout, not along the dusty roads, but using the hidden, winding cow paths and arroyos that only a rancher's child would know. She traveled 10 miles southeast, the route taking her high up into the foothills of a long, scrub-covered ridge known locally as the Glass Mountain, a feature close enough to the impact site to offer a vantage point, but distant enough to be shielded by multiple low rises and natural acoustic baffles. She finally reached a small, flat outcropping of sandstone, nestled perfectly behind a clump of tenacious juniper. She dismounted, tethered Scout, and settled in. From this elevation, the impact site was laid out below her like a vast, unnatural stage. The scene was terrifyingly surgical. The great gouge in the earth was now illuminated by a dazzling, overwhelming concentration of light. They were huge, temporary floodlights, powered by generators whose continuous, muffled thrumming was the only consistent element in the soundscape. The intense, blue-white glare flattened the deep shadows of the desert, creating a sterile, daytime brightness that violated the sanctity of the night. It felt like watching a complex, invasive operation being performed on the body of the Earth itself. Through the binoculars, Eliza watched the tireless movement of the green men. There were dozens of them, moving with the same synchronized economic discipline that the two corporals had shown at the ranch. They wore white canvas coveralls over their uniforms, turning them into ghost-like figures against the raw, dark earth. They moved in precise, measured steps around the main impact crater, handling tools and equipment with slow, deliberate care, as though the very air around the wreck were volatile. The sensory details carried to her vantage point were a psychological assault, far more invasive than the physical threat of the soldiers. The sound, the wind which sometimes shifted from the south, carried fragments of the operation with unnerving clarity. First, there was the metallic noise, the inevitable rhythmic clanking of the heavy crane, its massive hook and chains being adjusted for the primary lift. It was the sound of incredible weight being prepared for removal. Second, the human noise, the constant, low crackling of radio traffic. It was not discernible speech, just the sound of communication, a constant, low-grade static hum overlaid with clipped, technical voices that were too distant to be understood, but too constant to be ignored. It was the sound of a centralized, ruthless intelligence at work. And third, the impossible noise. Whenever the cleanup team shifted a large piece of the debris near the center of the crater, a sound would rise above the metallic and electronic noise. It was a brief, sharp, high-frequency, ping, a clean, resonant sound that felt like a tiny, frozen residue of the craft's original shriek. It was the sound of the wreckage itself, protesting its dismantling, a lingering energy signature that felt chemically cold against the warm night air. Eliza watched for hours, tracing the paths of the white-clad figures, trying to discern the object of their careful effort. She realized the men were not just cleaning up, they were excavating. They were digging around the main impact point with specialized, non-hydraulic shovels and scoops, treating the large, submerged mass not as debris, but as a vast, delicate organ that needed to be lifted intact. Then, just as the eastern horizon began to show the faintest, pale hint of pre-dawn gray, the final stage began. A massive, specialized military flatbed truck was backed slowly, agonizingly, to the edge of the crater. It was the largest truck she had ever seen, its bed built low to the ground and heavily reinforced. The crane, now silent, having completed its lifting motion, held the massive shape suspended just above the pit. The light seemed to draw tight around the object. It was draped entirely in a heavy, military-issue dark green canvas tarp, cinched tight with a network of thick cables and chains. It looked less like cargo and more like a captured beast. The effort to guide the vast object onto the flatbed was painstakingly slow. The process took nearly 45 minutes of subtle winching and precise maneuvering. The silence from the soldiers was total, all instructions conveyed through hand signals and the persistent, low crackle of the radios. And then, as the final cables were being secured, the unexpected occurred. A sharp gust of wind, a sudden cold breath unique to the desert just before sunrise, snapped across the exposed plain. The wind caught a loose corner of the immense green tarp. The securing ropes had not been fully tightened, and the gust, aided by the friction of the rough metal on the truck bed, pulled the heavy canvas away, peeling it back like the skin of a terrible, wounded fruit. It was a glimpse that lasted maybe 3 seconds, no more. Eliza raised the binoculars, training them fiercely on the exposed wreckage. It was not a circle. The whole world had whispered flying disc, but what she saw was something far more terrifying in its structural violation. It was a vast, curved triangle of impossible matte black material, but it was not intact. It was broken catastrophically. The exposed section was a mass of tangled ribbed structures, but what made her blood run cold was the interior. The edges of the fracture were not sharp or ragged like torn steel. They looked organic, fibrous, revealing layers of material that seemed to belong more to tissue than to technology. The curve was immense, suggesting the original craft had been the size of a small barn. It was grotesque, tangled, and impossibly broken, a monumental piece of impossible engineering. Before she could process the full terror of the sight, one of the white-clad figures sprang forward, wrestling the heavy canvas back over the wound, smothering the brief, exposed truth under the crushing weight of the cover story. The cover-up was complete. The main body was secure. The process of moving the truck began almost immediately. It lumbered slowly, inexorably off the dry lake bed, heading south towards Roswell, where the official narrative, the benign, innocent weather balloon, was already being drafted. Eliza lowered the binoculars, the cold metal pressed against her forehead. The light was gone from the center of her field of vision, replaced by the faint, gray blush of morning. The silence that now descended felt different again. It was the deep, cold, empty space left by the departure of a terrible, incomprehensible burden. She had seen the size, the impossible material, and the grotesque, unnatural violation of its structure. The weather balloon was not a lie told to protect American security. It was a lie told to protect American sanity. She packed her things, her hands trembling, and began the long ride back to the ranch. The physical isolation of the desert now felt complete. She was carrying not just a memory, but a crushing, absolute knowledge. The true meaning of the silence had been revealed. The world had suffered a terrible intrusion, and she was the only one left to whisper its reality into the desolate wind. The secret was no longer something outside her, but something that had been physically deposited and permanently housed in the center of her own private life. She would never forget the fibrous, impossible structure revealed in the brief, terrifying flash of light before the tarp came down. The departure of the military was as disciplined and shocking as their arrival. It happened in the span of a single night, just 24 hours after the heavy flatbed truck had lumbered away carrying the vast, shrouded shape of the wreckage. One evening, the floodlights were a dazzling, vertical pillar of white against the dark mesa, the air thrumming with generators and radio crackle. The next morning, the lights were gone. The column of jeeps and utility vehicles, including the colonel's black sedan, had vanished, leaving behind only the faintest, dust-scoured tracks heading south, a deliberate, quiet retreat that left the land feeling utterly hollowed out. Their final act was an attempt at erasure. Before leaving, the crews had worked tirelessly, not just cleaning, but attempting to undo the violence of the crash. They had filled the deep, central cavity of the scar, smoothing the displaced earth back into the trench with heavy rakes and blades. They then scattered a thick, generous layer of grass seed over the raw, disturbed soil, an absurdly hopeful gesture of returning the land to its benign, pastoral reality. The scar was now less a gouge and more a pale, elongated stripe of freshly raked earth against the hard, brittle crust of the lake bed. The absurdity of the attempt was the first thing Eliza felt. You cannot put a suture on a wound this deep with a handful of cheap seed. It took another 3 days before she could bring herself to return. This time, she didn't take the horse. She walked, the journey a slow, meditative penance under the relentless, silent sun. The heat felt heavier than ever, pressing down on the silence, trying to seal the world shut. When she reached the site, the effort of the cover-up was startlingly visible. The smooth, new dirt was perfectly uniform, the thousands of tiny grass seeds waiting uselessly for a rain that would likely never come. It looked manicured, sterile, and entirely wrong in the wild, harsh landscape. She knelt by the nearest embankment of the scar. The smell was the only giveaway. It was faint now, mixed with the dry scent of gypsum and decaying scrub, but the core of it, that metallic, sterile, high-frequency ozone, still lingered. Eliza reached out and touched the freshly raked soil. It was still unnaturally warm beneath the surface, radiating a low, internal heat that had not dissipated. The force of the impact had been so great that it had not only scarred the surface, but had left a lasting thermal signature deep in the planet. She traced the line of the trench, walking its entire length. No matter how much they had smoothed it, the line was still there, geometrically perfect, a taut, unnatural tension running through the otherwise chaotic randomness of the desert floor. The land had been poisoned by the truth. She stood at the end of the line, looking across the vast, empty plains to the horizon, where the mountains were bleached blue in the light. The physical presence of the wreckage was gone, sealed into a cold, metal container and rushed across the continent to a distant, secret laboratory. But the violation was permanent. The desert, which had been her constant, silent companion, was now also a keeper of the impossible. Life resumed. It had to. The sheep still needed water, the fences still needed mending, and the ranch required the daily, stubborn effort of two people to sustain itself against the odds. Silas never spoke of it again. The story of the weather balloon became a heavy, shared silence between them. If a traveling salesman mentioned the strange, brief news reports from Roswell, Silas would grunt, "Just a balloon. Damn silly thing to make such a fuss over." And Eliza would simply nod, focusing on the careful task of stirring the coffee or folding the linen. The lie became the most important, rigid structure of their new reality, more binding than law or familial duty. They existed inside the fiction, and the memory of the impossible material, the foil that wouldn't crease, the fibrous fracture of the hull, was the invisible anchor that kept them both tethered to the deep, shared truth. Years passed in the high desert. The great national security secret faded from the papers, replaced by new worries and new headlines. Eliza grew older, moving from the restless intensity of youth into the quiet, patient watchfulness of the ranch woman. She remained on the property, tending the land, her life taking on the slow, deliberate rhythm of the mesa. Late one night, decades after the crash, Eliza lay awake in her cot, the thick silence of the high desert pressed in around her. The vast, cold ocean of stars watched through the screen door. The cicadas were silent, the wind had died, and even the predictable, gentle breathing of her now very old grandfather in the next room was barely audible. It was the total, organic silence she had always cherished. But it was no longer pure. She listened to the quiet, reaching for the comforting blankness of the desert night. But the blankness was now occupied. Deep inside her head, beyond the auditory nerves, inside the structure of her consciousness, she heard it. It was faint, almost imperceptible, not loud enough to be painful, but persistent enough to be noticed. It was the ghost of the original whine, a high-frequency, clean, internal static. It was the ghost of the impossible sound that had broken through the storm. It was a permanent, quiet broadcast from the wreckage, a small, continuous strain on the edge of her awareness, reminding her that the sky had, in fact, broken, that the world was fundamentally unsound, and that she was a keeper of a secret so profound It had not only scarred the Earth, but had planted a permanent piece of its impossible physics directly into the silence of her mind. It was the sound of truth, buried deep within the silence of the lie. She closed her eyes, the persistent hiss a counterpoint to her steady, rhythmic breath, knowing that she would carry the static silence until the day she died. The secret was safe. The world remained sane. But for Eliza, the impossible noise had never truly left the desert. It had only relocated. Walter Haut's life was defined by two press releases. The first, issued in the heat of a single summer day in 1947, announcing the truth, and the second, issued from the cold finality of the grave, reaffirming it. The man who had spent 5 decades as the gatekeeper of the lie chose, in his final act, to become the ultimate, indisputable voice of the truth. His posthumous confession stands as a permanent, quiet condemnation of the secrecy he was forced to endure. When his affidavit was made public, it sent shockwaves through the ufology community and forced the Air Force to once again confront the controversy. The document is considered by many researchers to be the single most important piece of testimony, coming from the very heart of the military establishment that first announced and then fiercely denied the incident. It detailed the debris, the coercion, the staged press conference, and finally the ultimate confirmation, the visit to the hangar and the undeniable sight of the extraterrestrial bodies. He confirmed that the weather balloon was a deliberate cover-up, and that his initial press release, the one that caused the global panic, was the absolute truth. Haut passed away on December 15, 2005. In 2002, 4 years before his death, Walter Haut drafted a final, uncompromising statement. It was his last and most important official document, a press release he knew could never be retracted. He instructed that the affidavit be released only after his passing, ensuring that his final truth would not lead to the public or institutional chaos Blanchard had feared. The document was explosive. The psychological toll of maintaining this denial in the face of continuous, passionate inquiry was immense, a lifelong, quiet wrestling match with the memory of the hangar. As he entered his late 80s, his health began to fail, and the burden of the secret became unbearable. He had maintained the integrity of the institution, but now he faced the integrity of his own life story. The pact with Colonel Blanchard had expired with time and death. When people asked him about 1947, he spoke the official lines with the practiced ease of a man reciting a mandatory creed. Just a weather balloon. A big fuss over nothing. Marcel made a mistake. He never wavered, never slipped, his loyalty to the military and the implied national security threat acting as an unbreakable shield. He had to live the ultimate paradox, profiting from a mystery he had been ordered to deny, guiding the world toward the very truth he was sworn to hide. He settled into a comfortable, quiet life, becoming a fixture in the community. He was elected mayor of Roswell, and with incredible, subtle irony, became instrumental in the creation of the International UFO Museum and Research Center in the early 1990s. He watched as the initial weather balloon story morphed into one of the most enduring, complex conspiracy theories of the century. Tourists flocked to his town, searching for the truth he knew, and he maintained the lie. The site was pushed into the deepest recess of his mind, a silent, locked film reel that would play only in the dark corners of his memory, guaranteeing his decades of silence and complicity. Walter Haut kept the secret for 55 years. He left the military but did not leave Roswell. He stayed in the epicenter of the lie, perhaps as a form of self-imposed penance, or perhaps because the silence felt safest where the lie was strongest. Now you know the cost of the mission, Walter. You will never speak of the debris, the hangar, or the occupants, ever. For the stability of the base, the mission, and the country, the weather balloon is the truth you will carry. They left the hangar in silence. Haut's loyalty was now absolute, forged not by threat, but by the weight of a horrific, secret knowledge he could never unknow. Haut felt a cold, metallic spike of absolute certainty pierce his mind, overriding every vestige of his military training. The lie about the balloon was not an error. It was a desperate defense mechanism against this. This was the truth that would shatter civilization, faith, and the very foundation of human scientific knowledge. After what felt like an eternity, Blanchard placed a heavy, grounding hand on Haut's shoulder. "That's enough," he said, the words heavy with finality. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tightly over an alien skeletal structure. They possessed no hair, no obvious ears, and no discernible nose, just faint, silent slits. They looked simultaneously fragile and ancient, utterly defenseless against the harsh, cold glare of the floodlights. Medical personnel in sterile white smocks moved around the bodies with an unsettling, precise care, handling the remains with a dispassionate reverence that confirmed their utter uniqueness. It was immense in scale, clearly the component of something much larger and undeniably technological. The sheer impossible strangeness of the wreckage confirmed every word Major Marcel had spoken. But then his gaze shifted. Near the wreckage, laid out on a sheet of black, rubberized material, were two figures partially covered. They were small, no more than 4 feet tall, unnervingly thin, with large, delicate heads disproportionate to their slight bodies. They were profoundly non-human. "Look, Walter," the colonel whispered, his voice stripped of all rank, sounding only tired and burdened. "Look and then lock it away. You need to know exactly what you're defending." Haut peered through the gap. The light was harsh, exposing a terrifying tableau. On a large, reinforced military pallet lay the majority of the main wreckage. It was dark, non-reflective, and impossibly mangled, yet its structure possessed an inexplicable, fibrous cross-section that seemed to defy the laws of conventional metallurgy. They arrived at a distant, rarely used hangar at the edge of the base, one of the massive, cathedral-like structures used for B-29 maintenance. The hangar was dimly lit, save for a single, brightly illuminated area partitioned by thick, canvas screens, military green and opaque. Blanchard led Haut to a position near the back corner, where a small gap had been deliberately left in the canvas barrier. He did not offer an explanation, and certainly not an apology. He simply gave Haut a quiet order: "Come with me, Walter. You need to know the true cost of this mission." They drove in silence through the sprawling, isolated base, the headlights cutting narrow tunnels in the desert night. The air was cold, sterile, and heavy with the pervasive scent of ozone and machine oil. And something else, something subtly sweet and vaguely organic, a smell that felt unnervingly out of place. The most crucial and defining moment in Walter Haut's new, fabricated reality occurred later that same week, after the initial media storm had subsided, and the majority of the recoverable debris had been secretly shipped east. It was a dark, late night, the base already deep in its operational sleep, when Colonel Blanchard summoned Haut to his office one final time. Blanchard looked weary, his uniform rumpled, the steel draining from his posture. He chose silence. The incident was scrubbed from his internal ledger, pushed into a sealed compartment of his mind. The Roswell event was over. It was a weather balloon, and anyone who suggested otherwise was a dangerous radical. Walter Haut was now the permanent, compromised gatekeeper of the lie. Haut was a man of strict military loyalty, trained to prioritize the institution above all else. He had received a direct, absolute order to tell a lie, a lie so fundamental that it redefined reality for the entire country and masked a secret of unparalleled significance. To break the seal of secrecy would mean not only career ruin, but the potential charge of treason during a period of maximum post-war paranoia. He had to choose the perceived stability of the nation over the chaotic truth. Colonel Blanchard, now under immense career-ending pressure from the Pentagon, reluctantly ordered Hout to draft a second, final press release, officially retracting the first. This second document, the official repudiation of the truth, was harder to type than the initial bombshell. The words felt like physical lies, burning his fingers as he committed them to paper. The psychological impact was profound. The familiar reality of the weather balloon overwhelmed the terrifying, complex implications of the flying disc. Hout listened to the radio reports coming out of Fort Worth, the pride he had felt hours earlier replaced by a churning, heavy nausea. He had been used to legitimize the initial lie, only to be cast as the source of the sensational mistake. The debris, Ramey insisted, was merely the remnants of a highly classified research program known as Project Mogul, a top-secret effort using specialized, low-frequency sound detection balloons designed to monitor potential Soviet nuclear tests. The balloon parts were exotic, but entirely Earth-made. The press, relieved to have a simple, tangible explanation backed by the highest echelons of military authority, swallowed it wholesale. The official dismantling of Hout's announcement took place that same evening in General Ramey's office in Fort Worth, an event orchestrated with chilling precision. Ramey, a master of authoritative projection, stood before dozens of reporters. He held up the familiar, identifiable junk of a standard true weather balloon. He explained with patronizing certainty that Major Marcel, while an excellent officer, had simply become confused. Major Marcel, now the unwitting star of the developing cover-up, was quickly dispatched to Fort Worth, personally delivering the impossible fragments that were rapidly replaced by the pre-selected props for the new narrative. The shredded rubber and metallic sticks of a standard high-altitude weather balloon and a radar reflector. Hout remained at the RAAF, feeling increasingly marooned in the silence, and the media's sudden shift to furious suspicion. Hout hung up the phone, the receiver feeling impossibly heavy. The chain of command had not just been rearranged, it had been violently redefined by a superior power focused entirely on damage control. The moment of truth was brutally over. The counter-operation was stunning in its speed and efficiency. Ramey issued a direct, unequivocal order. The statement was to be retracted immediately. All cooperation with the press was to cease, and the entire incident, the debris, the investigation, and the truth itself, was being transferred to his command. Ramey emphasized the grave security implications, hinting darkly at the potential for global panic and the vulnerability of the nation's strategic posture if the original announcement stood. He gave no option for dissent. The connection was long-distance, secure, and the voice on the other end was General Roger Ramey, commander of the 8th Air Force in Fort Worth, Texas. Ramey's voice was not a polite inquiry. It was a cold, high-frequency whip, dripping with fury and authority. The conversation was brief, absolute, and terminal. Hout managed the initial onslaught with a strange mix of pride and dread, strictly confirming the facts as given to him by his commanding officer. For perhaps 2 dizzying hours, Walter Hout was the most important voice in human history, the official military confirmation of the miraculous. Then, the second phone call came. It was late afternoon, and the air in the PIO office was thick with the smell of overheated wire and frantic energy. Telegraph wires across the nation began screaming the news. The New York Times, the Associated Press, the London Times, all were immediately on the line. The atmosphere at the RAAF changed from controlled secrecy to uncontrolled chaos. Reporters mobilized, demanding landing clearance, and the quiet, flat anonymity of Roswell, New Mexico, was instantly incinerated by the bright, terrifying light of international curiosity. Haupt personally delivered copies to the local radio stations, the Roswell Daily Record, and Western Union for transmission to the wire services. He remembered the stunned faces of the local reporters. J.C. Thompson at the Record simply stared at the page, then back at Haupt, disbelief wrestling with the professional euphoria of breaking the biggest story of the century. They knew the 509th did not joke about military matters. The world's reaction was immediate and explosive. He specified that the debris was recovered from a ranch near Roswell, and that Major Marcel had personally supervised the recovery. Haupt reread it, the words stark and definitive. It was not conjecture or rumor. It was the formal statement of the United States military, issued from the headquarters that controlled the world's atomic firepower. The responsibility felt like holding lightning in his hands. By mid-afternoon, the press release was copied and distributed. He typed the official statement with precision, using the careful, measured language of military communication, yet the content was unprecedented. The opening sentence was an intellectual earthquake that would rattle the foundations of world media. The intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group at Roswell Army Airfield announced today that it has come into possession of a flying saucer. Blanchard, known for his methodical nature, was making a calculated risk. Tell a shocking truth now to control the narrative, rather than waiting for the truth to be dragged out later. Haupt returned to his office, his movements methodical, his mind a storm of adrenaline and disbelief. He sat down at his typewriter, the small, clicking machinery, a strange, mundane counterpoint to the cosmic significance of the words he was about to commit to paper. We must establish authority. You are to draft a statement. State clearly that the Roswell Army Airfield has recovered a flying disc. The magnitude of the command was shocking. Haupt, whose loyalty was to the institution, not the truth, was being ordered to announce a cosmic event. He picked up his notepad, his mind racing not with panic, but with the cold, precise clarity of a loyal officer given a historic, irreversible order. He concluded with a quiet, absolute certainty. Colonel, Mr. Haupt, this is not ours. It's not German, it's not Russian. It is not of this world. Blanchard looked at Haupt, his face an impenetrable mask of command, but his eyes betrayed a profound historical dread. Haupt, he said, his voice flat and definitive, I've just received authorization. The media is already speculating. Lying immediately will only breed distrust and make the eventual truth look like a greater scandal. Spread across the large, oak command table were small, impossible pieces of debris. Marcel began his briefing, his voice a low, almost reverent murmur. He detailed the debris's impossible properties, a foil so thin it weighed almost nothing, yet which could not be dented, creased, or burned. There were splintered, balsa-like sticks covered in strange, purplish hieroglyphic-like markings that resembled no language known to man. It was wreckage, yes, but of no terrestrial craft. It was Colonel Blanchard's secretary, her voice clipped, summoning him immediately to the commander's office. When Haupt entered, the atmosphere was charged with a cold, electric energy he had never felt before. Blanchard, a man of unyielding discipline, stood with Major Jesse Marcel, the base's intelligence officer. Marcel, usually the picture of meticulous military composure, was agitated. his hands trembling slightly despite his efforts to keep them steady. He understood that the stakes were never lower than global security. The pressure he worked under wasn't noisy or erratic. It was a constant, low, rhythmic thrum beneath the surface of his everyday life, the sound of unimaginable power carefully contained. Hout was enjoying his second cup of weak base coffee on the morning of July 8th when the thrum suddenly ceased, replaced by a deafening, cold silence. The phone rang, a single, sharp sound that felt less like a ring and more like a command. The RAAF was no ordinary air base. It was the home of the 509th Bomb Group, the unit that had dropped the atomic bombs on Japan. The 509th represented America's nuclear monopoly, and the base was an altar of absolute national security. Secrecy was not merely a policy. It was the sacred, unspoken doctrine of the entire installation. Hout managed this silence, ensuring that the local press only received bland, controlled narratives about base life. The summer of 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico, was hot and flat, both in climate and character, but the air carried the perpetual humming tension of historical significance. Walter Hout, a man built for efficiency and neatness, was perfectly suited to the role of Public Information Officer, PIO, for the Roswell Army Airfield RAAF. As PIO, he stood on the fragile dividing line between the vast, secretive power of the base and the curious, ordinary life of the town. The afternoon of June 24, 1947, hung heavy and golden over the vast Pacific Northwest. The heat was a tangible presence, pressing down on the aluminum wings of the small private plane as it sliced through the thin, elevated air. Kenneth Arnold, the man at the controls, adjusted the brim of his leather cap and leaned slightly to the right, peering out over the vast, wrinkled landscape of the Cascade Mountains. His destination was Yakima, but his immediate attention was fixed on the missing military transport he had been hired to locate. He was flying a Callair A2, a sturdy but unremarkable machine, designed for the quiet business of fire patrol and timber transport. The engine hummed a reliable, monotonous rhythm, a deep, soporific drone that was the sound of summer work in the high country. It was a noise that filled the small cabin entirely, yet somehow left room for a profound, overarching silence, the silence of the immense, untamed wilderness below. Mount Rainier was a breathtaking presence off his left wing, a colossal, snow-crowned giant that seemed to generate its own weather and its own gravity. The glacial ice shone with an almost unbearable white intensity, radiating a cold, clean light that contrasted sharply with the dusty, emerald-green ridges rolling away toward the horizon. Arnold loved this solitude, this endless view of geography untouched by human hands. It was the best part of his work, the quiet, elevated peace. His eyes, however, were keen and professional. He scanned the distant, layered blue of the atmosphere, searching for the telltale glint of a missing fuselage, a puff of smoke, or any sign of the downed C-46. The search was diligent, repetitive. He was looking for disaster, but the sky offered only perfection, an unbroken dome of cerulean blue fading to pale white near the hazy horizon. He had flown this country thousands of times. His mind was a quiet engine, running through the coordinates, the wind's sheer patterns, the most likely flight paths of the lost plane. He flew parallel to the jagged line of the mountains, approximately 9,200 feet above sea level. The air was stable, easy flying. The sun, sinking slightly toward the west, began to cast long blue shadows in the deep valleys, but the summit still held the full brilliance of the day. It was during one of these routine, sweeping visual checks that he saw it. At first, he dismissed the movement as a reflection, Perhaps a piece of ice spinning off Mount Rainier's summit in the intense heat, or a trick of the light playing on the cockpit glass. He blinked, expecting the disturbance to vanish, but it did not. Out toward the south, near Mount Adams, a series of bright, flashing movements caught his eye. They were moving at an incomprehensible speed, far faster than any jet he knew of, faster even than the speediest rumors whispered around the airfields after the war. These were not glints of metal. They were defined shapes moving with purpose. He counted them instinctively, a pilot's reflex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 distinct, silver objects moving in a precise, staggered line like geese in formation, but traveling with the velocity of a bullet. They moved with a synchronized discipline that suggested intelligent control, yet their speed defied the known limits of aviation. Arnold quickly estimated their distance to be 20 to 25 miles away, based on the known landmarks. He checked his clock, a gold-plated Hamilton strapped to his wrist, and timed their passage across 2 distant peaks, 1 minute and 42 seconds. His initial estimation of their speed was staggering, well over 1,200 miles per hour, possibly closer to 1,700. It was simply not possible. No propeller plane could do that. No known jet could sustain that speed. The objects were dark, almost black when viewed edge-on, but when they turned, they flashed with a blinding, liquid brilliance, like highly polished chrome catching the sun at a perfect, sharp angle. He tried to identify them, running through the entire mental inventory of wartime experimental craft, V-2 rockets, and any domestic or Soviet rumor he had ever heard. None of it matched. These were wide, flat objects, almost circular from certain angles, but not perfectly round. They were sleek, thin, and moved with a fluidity that was utterly non-mechanical. They did not fly in the traditional sense. They seemed to skip or glide across the air itself. Arnold found himself holding his breath, the engine drone suddenly fading to a distant whisper. The profound silence of the high altitude rushed back in, broken only by the quiet ticking of his altimeter. He followed the 9 objects with his gaze as they traversed the enormous space between Mount Adams and Mount Rainier, traveling the entire length of the jagged ridge line in less than 2 minutes. As they passed Mount Rainier, they angled slightly, banked in perfect unison, and then disappeared from sight, melting into the hazy, distant air beyond the peaks, leaving behind no vapor trails, no noise, and no trace of their passage. Arnold shook his head, physically forcing himself to breathe again. His lungs felt hollow. He was a professional, a pragmatic businessman, a seasoned pilot. He had witnessed a phenomenon that simply could not exist, yet it had crossed his flight path with an absolute, undeniable reality. The search for the missing C-46, the reason for his flight, was completely forgotten. He continued to circle for a long time, his eyes wide and fixed on the point where the objects had vanished, trying to reconcile the impossible sight with the mundane reality of his metal and fabric airplane. The sun dipped lower, and the light began to fade, coating the mountains in a deep lavender that held the memory of the light they had reflected. He knew, with a sinking, cold certainty, that his life had just changed irrevocably, and that he was now carrying a secret that the entire world would soon desperately want to hear. The silent beauty of the summer sky now felt fragile, invaded by a speed and purpose he could not name. He slowly banked his plane toward the nearest airfield, his mind already composing and rejecting a dozen different ways to explain the impossible movement of the 9 skipping things. The landing at the small airfield near Pendleton, Oregon, was routine, performed with the mechanical precision that Arnold's years of flying had instilled in him. But everything felt different. The smell of high-octane gasoline, the rough texture of the runway pavement, the familiar voices of the ground crew, it all seemed muted, distant, unreal. The reality of the 9 skipping objects had imposed itself permanently over the reality of the Earth. He taxied to a stop and shut down the engine. The resulting silence was startling, a sudden physical vacuum after the deep drone of the past few hours. He sat for a moment in the quiet cockpit, his hands still gripping the yoke, staring at the empty, darkening sky. He realized he needed to refuel, but more pressingly, he needed to speak. The weight of what he had witnessed was too heavy to carry alone. He walked into the small terminal, a dusty building smelling of coffee and oil. He found a handful of local people, mostly mechanics and a couple of journalists from the local paper who were waiting on a late freight shipment. A young reporter named Bill Biquette, representing the United Press, was immediately drawn to Arnold's unusual intensity. Biquette was looking for any small story to fill the columns, perhaps a successful rescue or a sighting of a new forest fire. He approached Arnold, pad and pencil ready. "Anything interesting out there, Mr. Arnold?" Biquette asked, his tone casual, expecting a comment on the weather or the difficulty of the search. Arnold stopped, leaning against a counter, suddenly unsure how to begin. How do you describe something that moves 1,200 miles an hour and leaves no trace? He tried to stick to the facts, his purpose, the time, the location. He spoke about the 9 objects, their formation, their speed. Biquette was interested but skeptical. Okay, but what did they look like? Arnold struggled with the description. He had seen them dark, thin, and sleek. But the most memorable characteristic was their motion. They were flat, kind of like a pie plate maybe, Arnold said, trying to find a common, earthy reference point. But it was the way they moved. Not like an airplane. They were skipping, almost darting through the air. He paused, searching for a more precise analogy. They moved erratic, like a saucer if you skipped it across the water. He vividly recalled the childhood game, throwing a smooth stone or a piece of slate across the surface of a pond, watching it flatten out and suddenly leap up, then down, then up again before finally sinking. That was the motion, a fluid, rapid lift and drop across the vast, still surface of the sky. Biquette was listening intently, scribbling frantically on his notepad. He understood the visual language of the press. He had the speed, the number, and now the visual hook. Biquette was focused on the noun, the object itself, rather than the velocity, which was too abstract to print. He saw the word saucer and immediately connected it to the idea of flight. The next morning, Bill Biquette's story hit the wires, and the translation of Arnold's analogy was complete. The headlines did not read, "Pilot sees 9 objects moving like saucers skipping across water." They read, instead, "Pilot sees 9 flying saucers." The phrase was a journalistic masterpiece. Simple, memorable, instantly visual, and slightly absurd. It was the perfect blend of the mundane, a kitchen saucer, and the fantastic flight. Arnold, reading the papers, felt a fresh wave of anxiety. He had tried to describe emotion, a dynamic quality of physics he couldn't grasp. The press had seized upon a shape and had instantly transformed his sighting into a piece of popular fantasy. He tried to correct the record repeatedly in the following days, stressing that the objects were crescent-shaped or boomerang-shaped or thin and flat, but that the skipping was the true mystery. It was futile. The name had been given. The world was looking for flying saucers. The subsequent days were consumed by phone calls. The requests came in from everywhere. The Associated Press, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Air Force. Arnold was forced to repeat his story countless times, each repetition making the impossible seem more real, yet somehow less precise. He found himself growing weary of the word saucer, which felt cheapened, disconnected from the profound, silent majesty of what he had actually witnessed over Mount Rainier. He began to see the enormous, unstoppable mechanism of the media. It did not seek truth, it sought simplification. It distilled the vast, complex, terrifying unknown into a marketable two-word headline. He had handed the world a mystery, and the world had handed him back a novelty. The quiet, analytical pilot was now involuntarily cast as the reluctant, slightly eccentric discoverer of a cosmic new toy. He missed the solitude of the cockpit, the time before the skipping water had become the flying saucer, and before his own words had escaped his control, taking on a viral life of their own. The wire room of the United Press in New York, thousands of miles away from the quiet airfield in Pendleton, was a place of perpetual, low-stakes chaos. The air was thick with the clatter of teletype machines, the smell of ozone and hot metal, and the shouted instructions of stressed editors. In late June 1947, this room became the global epicenter of a phenomenon none of them could explain, but all of them were desperate to report. When Bill Beckett's story, headlined with the irresistible phrase "flying saucers," first clattered across the teletype machine, the initial reaction was one of amused skepticism. The senior editor, a tired man named Mr. Peterson, leaned over the machine, pulled the paper, and chuckled dryly. Saucers. What next, flying teacups? But the chuckle quickly died in his throat. Within 48 hours, the trickle of curiosity became a torrent of confirmation. Reports began pouring in from across the entire continent, a deluge of eyewitness accounts from all walks of life. The psychological effect of the Arnold sighting was immediate and pervasive. The public now had a name, a shape, and an expectation. Suddenly, everyone who had seen a strange light, a fast plane, or even a cloud formation, now knew exactly what it was: a flying saucer. Peterson watched the wire reports accumulate with mounting disbelief. From Oklahoma, a farmer claimed he saw two discs skimming his wheat field. From California, a Navy pilot reported an unauthorized metallic object matching Arnold's description. From the Midwest, dozens of civilian sightings followed, each one confirming the impossible speed and the strange, gliding motion. The volume of traffic strained the archaic machinery of the wire services. The rhythmic clicking of the teletypes, once a predictable background beat, became a frantic, constant drumbeat. Reporters worked double shifts, their fingers black with carbon paper, their eyes gritty from staring at the continuous, scrolling paper feed. The low-stakes conflict of meeting daily deadlines was replaced by the existential exhaustion of trying to catalog the impossible. The media frenzy was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Every story about a new sighting encouraged two more people to look up, and two more to call in a report. Newspaper circulation figures soared. The American public was terrified, fascinated, and utterly unified in its attention to the sky. Cartoons appeared in every major paper, depicting cartoon aliens peering out of ridiculous, oversized teacups. Radio shows discussed the physics of saucer flight. The phenomenon was simultaneously terrifying and utterly trivialized. The U.S. military was forced to react. The Pentagon, still focused on the fragile political balance of the post-war world, could not afford an enduring panic, nor could they ignore the possibility of genuine advanced technology operating unchecked in American airspace. They were particularly concerned by the potential that the sightings were a highly sophisticated form of Soviet espionage, perhaps based on recovered Nazi aerospace designs. Orders began to filter down to the local Air Force bases. Identify, investigate, explain. The military response was characterized by a cold, bureaucratic urgency. They issued general statements assuring the public that the objects were either misidentified, whether balloons, atmospheric reflections, or cases of mass hysteria. But behind the scenes, an unprecedented level of surveillance was activated. Every reported sighting was logged, scrutinized, and often dismissed with a vague, unsatisfactory explanation. The military's fear was tangible. If these were not American and they were not Soviet, then they represented a level of technological advancement that fundamentally destabilized the new global order. Arnold, the unwitting originator of this chaos, was suddenly a public figure whose words carried enormous, destabilizing weight. His descriptions were now official testimony, the foundation of every subsequent report. He was called back repeatedly by military intelligence agents, asked to recreate his flight path, draw diagrams, and sign affidavits. They did not seem to think he was crazy. They seemed to think he was telling the impossible truth, and they wanted to know how to fight it. The media frenzy continued to build through late June. By the time July arrived, the atmosphere was volatile. The term flying saucer was so entrenched that any unknown object, any crash, any unusual piece of debris would be instantly interpreted through that lens. The stage was set for a truly significant event. The constant clicking of the teletypes, the endless rush of reporting, had done its work. The world was now conditioned to look for and believe in the unexplainable. This deep, profound shift in public consciousness was the silent, necessary precursor to the actual discovery in the desert of New Mexico, a few short days later. Kenneth Arnold returned to his quiet life near Boise, Idaho, weary but fundamentally changed. The media spotlight, which had burned so intensely for those few initial weeks, now receded, leaving behind a subtle, pervasive sense of isolation. He had been transformed from a private pilot into a public curiosity, a person forever linked to an impossible event. His home, a comfortable wooden house on the outskirts of the town, offered little solace. The walls and windows, once sources of quiet domestic peace, now felt like flimsy barriers separating him from the immense, indifferent sky. He found himself incapable of simply looking up anymore. Every cloud, every passing plane, every star at night was scrutinized, instantly compared against the perfect, impossible motion of the 9 skipping objects. The memory itself was not terrifying. It was sublime. What lingered was the absolute, cold certainty that he had witnessed something truly alien to human engineering. The objects had moved with an authority that seemed to mock the clumsy, labored effort of flight he managed with his own aircraft. He would often sit out on his porch in the deep twilight, watching the silhouettes of the western pines sharpen against the fading light. The evening air was still, cooled by the descent of the sun, carrying the scent of dry earth and distant water. He would replay the sighting in his mind, focusing on the peripheral details, the shimmering white of Rainier, the deep blue shadow in the valley below Mount Adams, the texture of the air at 9,000 feet. He was searching not for confirmation, but for a flaw in his memory, a logical human error that could return him to the comfortable world where the sky was empty save for birds and American planes. There were none. The timing was precise, the geometry of their movement undeniable. The fact that the press had corrupted the story, turning the action into a noun, did not diminish the reality of the experience. The 9 objects were still out there, 9 silent shadows in the back of his mind, gliding across a higher stratum of reality. The isolation deepened because he could no longer speak candidly about the event. When interviewed by the dozens of reporters who continued to call, he had to perform. He had to be the sober, trustworthy witness. But he could not share the true, profound strangeness of the sight, the feeling that he was watching a piece of nature's logic that humans had not yet mastered. That sense of awe and terror was his alone. He felt a quiet resentment toward the word saucer, which cheapened the true mystery. The public, he realized, preferred the simplified, cartoonish shape to the challenging, ungraspable concept of impossible speed. His wife, a patient and pragmatic woman, watched him with quiet concern. He was withdrawn, not because he was scared, but because he was mentally occupied with an unanswerable riddle. He would sketch the objects late into the night, using geometric precision to capture their boomerang-like profile, trying to understand how such a shape could be stable at such speeds. His attempts were futile. The sketches were merely paper ghosts of the undeniable physical presence that had crossed his path. One evening, he was visited by two men in civilian clothes, impeccably dressed and carrying no identification beyond quiet confidence. They identified themselves as representatives of a joint Army-Air Force intelligence team. They did not ask him to retract his story. Instead, they asked him to refine it. They were interested in the precise angle of deflection, the metallic composition which he could only guess at, and the speed. Their questions were not framed with disbelief, but with an intense, analytical fear. They were not looking for a hoax. They were looking for a threat. "Mr. Arnold," one of the men said, his voice low and devoid of inflection, "we need to know if you believe these objects are under any control other than atmospheric." Arnold paused, looking past the man out into the vast, darkening vista of the Idaho hills. "They were in formation," he finally replied, his voice slow and deliberate. They corrected in unison. They were moving with a purpose. They were being controlled. The agent merely nodded, writing something on his pad. There was no follow-up, no judgment. They left as quietly as they came, leaving Arnold alone with the weight of his confirmation. The visit reinforced his quiet sense of duty. He was not just a pilot who saw something odd. He was the key witness in a national security matter that could not be openly discussed. He was trapped between the public's thirst for fantasy and the government's terror of reality. He returned to his porch, watching the stars wheel overhead. The summer sky felt immense and indifferent, but now it also felt inhabited. The weeks following the Kenneth Arnold sighting settled into a tense, cultural hum. The media frenzy had peaked, but the term flying saucer was now fully integrated into the American consciousness, a permanent fixture in the collective subconscious. The quiet, analytical reality of Arnold's experience had been successfully transformed into a pervasive, yet trivialized fear of the unknown. This hum was the sound of the world waiting for the other shoe to drop. People were nervous, excited, and constantly scanning the horizon. The sightings continued, a persistent, low-grade fever that ran through the nation's newspapers. The military, having failed to completely squash the story, focused on maintaining its cover narratives, primarily using the easy dismissal of misidentified weather phenomena. Arnold himself became a quiet, authoritative figure in the middle of the storm. He continued his work, flying his routes, but the high-altitude solitude no longer felt peaceful. It felt like surveillance. He carried the responsibility of the impossible. He knew the truth, but the simple, marketable lie was what the world preferred to consume. His life became a measured, thoughtful opposition to the absurdity of the term saucer, even while he was forced to endure it. The entire atmosphere of the desert Southwest was particularly affected. New Mexico, with its vast, empty stretches of land and its close proximity to highly classified nuclear research, was already a land of high-stakes secrets. The presence of the 509th Bomb Group at Roswell, a hub of unparalleled security, meant that the tolerance for anything unknown in the airspace was zero. It was this background hum of expectation, fear, and deep military paranoia that set the final stage for the events of early July. When rancher William Mack Brazel finally gathered the courage to bring his strange, unidentifiable debris into the sheriff's office in Roswell, the response was immediate and overwhelming because the groundwork had already been laid. The Roswell Army Airfield did not see a random pile of junk. They saw the physical manifestation of the flying saucer that the entire nation had been talking about for 2 weeks. Arnold's story had created the interpretive framework. The existence of the secret Project Mogul provided the convenient, pre-packaged official lie. The nuclear security procedures of the 509th ensured that the debris would be instantly whisked into the hands of the highest, most secretive command. The confluence of these 3 factors, the public hysteria, the convenient cover story, and the nuclear-era security, created the perfect environment for the actual incident to be born, flourish in silence, and be instantly buried under a mountain of official denial. Arnold, sitting hundreds of miles away in Idaho, felt the shift indirectly. The phone calls to his office suddenly shifted from reporters seeking sensational quotes to stern, uniformed voices asking very precise questions about metallic composites and structural resilience. The curiosity had transformed into cold, hard inquiry. The world was no longer simply watching the sky. It was now picking up the pieces of what had fallen from it. His final reflection, as the summer deepened and the nights became longer, was not one of excitement, but of quiet resignation. He had merely been a witness, a messenger. The true power was held by the objects themselves, which had moved with that effortless, silent grace. They had shown humanity its own technological limits, and in doing so, had forced the world to acknowledge the vast, inhabited darkness beyond its own atmosphere. He closed his eyes, and the final sound he heard was not a crash, nor a scream, but the gentle, rhythmic hum of the distant airwaves carrying the constant, low-stakes anxiety of a world that now knew it was not alone. The sky above remained vast, silent, and immensely deep, waiting patiently for the next revelation. He breathed slowly, letting the quiet certainty of the night envelop him, easing the transition into the deep, reflective sleep that comes only after an impossible truth has been seen and accepted. The afternoon of June 24th, 1947, hung heavy and golden over the vast Pacific Northwest. The heat was a tangible presence, pressing down on the aluminum wings of the small private plane as it sliced through the thin, elevated air. Kenneth Arnold, the man at the controls, adjusted the brim of his leather cap and leaned slightly to the right, peering out over the vast, wrinkled landscape of the Cascade Mountains. His destination was Yakima, but his immediate attention was fixed on the missing military transport he had been hired to locate. He was flying a Caller A2, a sturdy but unremarkable machine, designed for the quiet business of fire patrol and timber transport. The engine hummed a reliable, monotonous rhythm, a deep, soporific drone that was the sound of summer work in the high country. It was a noise that filled the small cabin entirely, yet somehow left room for a profound, overarching silence, the silence of the immense, untamed wilderness below. Mount Rainier was a breathtaking presence off his left wing, a colossal, snow-crowned giant that seemed to generate its own weather and its own gravity. The glacial ice shone with an almost unbearable white intensity, radiating a cold, clean light that contrasted sharply with the dusty, emerald-green ridges rolling away toward the horizon. Arnold loved this solitude, this endless view of geography untouched by human hands. It was the best part of his work, the quiet, elevated peace. His eyes, however, were keen and professional. He scanned the distant, layered blue of the atmosphere, searching for the telltale glint of a missing fuselage, a puff of smoke, or any sign of the downed C-46. The search was diligent, repetitive. He was looking for disaster, but the sky offered only perfection. An unbroken dome of cerulean blue, fading to pale white near the hazy horizon. He had flown this country thousands of times. His mind was a quiet engine, running through the coordinates, the wind's sheer patterns, the most likely flight paths of the lost plane. He flew parallel to the jagged line of the mountains, approximately 9,200 feet above sea level. The air was stable, easy flying. The sun, sinking slightly toward the west, began to cast long blue shadows in the deep valleys, but the summit still held the full brilliance of the day. It was during one of these routine, sweeping visual checks that he saw it. At first, he dismissed the movement as a reflection. Perhaps a piece of ice spinning off Mount Rainier's summit in the intense heat, or a trick of the light playing on the cockpit glass. He blinked, expecting the disturbance to vanish, but it did not. Out toward the south, near Mount Adams, a series of bright, flashing movements caught his eye. They were moving at an incomprehensible speed, far faster than any jet he knew of, faster even than the speediest rumors whispered around the airfields after the war. These were not glints of metal. They were defined shapes moving with purpose. He counted them instinctively, a pilot's reflex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 distinct, silver objects moving in a precise, staggered line like geese in formation, but traveling with the velocity of a bullet. They moved with a synchronized discipline that suggested intelligent control, yet their speed defied the known limits of aviation. Arnold quickly estimated their distance to be 20 to 25 miles away, based on the known landmarks. He checked his clock, a gold-plated Hamilton strapped to his wrist, and timed their passage across 2 distant peaks, 1 minute and 42 seconds. His initial estimation of their speed was staggering, well over 1,200 miles per hour, possibly closer to 1,700. It was simply not possible. No propeller plane could do that. No known jet could sustain that speed. The objects were dark, almost black when viewed edge-on, but when they turned, they flashed with a blinding, liquid brilliance, like highly polished chrome catching the sun at a perfect, sharp angle. He tried to identify them, running through the entire mental inventory of wartime experimental craft, V-2 rockets, and any domestic or Soviet rumor he had ever heard. None of it matched. These were wide, flat objects, almost circular from certain angles, but not perfectly round. They were sleek, thin, and moved with a fluidity that was utterly non-mechanical. They did not fly in the traditional sense. They seemed to skip or glide across the air itself. Arnold found himself holding his breath, the engine drone suddenly fading to a distant whisper. The profound silence of the high altitude rushed back in, broken only by the quiet ticking of his altimeter. He followed the 9 objects with his gaze as they traversed the enormous space between Mount Adams and Mount Rainier, traveling the entire length of the jagged ridge line in less than 2 minutes. As they passed Mount Rainier, they angled slightly, banked in perfect unison, and then disappeared from sight, melting into the hazy, distant air beyond the peaks, leaving behind no vapor trails, no noise, and no trace of their passage. Arnold shook his head, physically forcing himself to breathe again. His lungs felt hollow. He was a professional, a pragmatic businessman, a seasoned pilot. He had witnessed a phenomenon that simply could not exist, yet it had crossed his flight path with an absolute, undeniable reality. The search for the missing C-46 the reason for his flight, was completely forgotten. He continued to circle for a long time, his eyes wide and fixed on the point where the objects had vanished, trying to reconcile the impossible sight with the mundane reality of his metal and fabric airplane. The sun dipped lower, and the light began to fade, coating the mountains in a deep lavender that held the memory of the light they had reflected. He knew, with a sinking, cold certainty, that his life had just changed irrevocably, and that he was now carrying a secret that the entire world would soon desperately want to hear. The silent beauty of the summer sky now felt fragile, invaded by a speed and purpose he could not name. He slowly banked his plane toward the nearest airfield, his mind already composing and rejecting a dozen different ways to explain the impossible movement of the 9 skipping things. The landing at the small airfield near Pendleton, Oregon, was routine, performed with the mechanical precision that Arnold's years of flying had instilled in him. But everything felt different. The smell of high-octane gasoline, the rough texture of the runway pavement, the familiar voices of the ground crew, it all seemed muted, distant, unreal. The reality of the 9 skipping objects had imposed itself permanently over the reality of the Earth. He taxied to a stop and shut down the engine. The resulting silence was startling, a sudden physical vacuum after the deep drone of the past few hours. He sat for a moment in the quiet cockpit, his hands still gripping the yoke, staring at the empty, darkening sky. He realized he needed to refuel, but more pressingly, he needed to speak. The weight of what he had witnessed was too heavy to carry alone. He walked into the small terminal, a dusty building smelling of coffee and oil. He found a handful of local people, mostly mechanics and a couple of journalists from the local paper who were waiting on a late freight shipment. A young reporter named Bill Biquette, representing the United Press, was immediately drawn to Arnold's unusual intensity. Biquette was looking for any small story to fill the columns, perhaps a successful rescue or a sighting of a new forest fire. He approached Arnold, pad and pencil ready. "Anything interesting out there, Mr. Arnold?" Biquette asked, his tone casual, expecting a comment on the weather or the difficulty of the search. Arnold stopped, leaning against a counter, suddenly unsure how to begin. How do you describe something that moves 1,200 miles an hour and leaves no trace? He tried to stick to the facts, his purpose, the time, the location. He spoke about the 9 objects, their formation, their speed. Biquette was interested but skeptical. Okay, but what did they look like? Arnold struggled with the description. He had seen them dark, thin, and sleek, but the most memorable characteristic was their motion. They were flat, kind of like a pie plate maybe, Arnold said, trying to find a common, earthy reference point. But it was the way they moved, not like an airplane. They were skipping, almost darting through the air. He paused, searching for a more precise analogy. They moved erratic, like a saucer if you skipped it across the water. He vividly recalled the childhood game, throwing a smooth stone or a piece of slate across the surface of a pond, watching it flatten out and suddenly leap up, then down, then up again before finally sinking. That was the motion, a fluid, rapid lift and drop across the vast, still surface of the sky. Biquette was listening intently, scribbling frantically on his notepad. He understood the visual language of the press. He had the speed, the number, and now the visual hook. Biquette was focused on the noun, the object itself, rather than the velocity, which was too abstract to print. He saw the word saucer and immediately connected it to the idea of flight. The next morning, Bill Biquette's story hit the wires, and the translation of Arnold's analogy was complete. The headlines did not read, "Pilot sees 9 objects moving like saucers skipping across water." They read, instead, "Pilot sees 9 flying saucers." The phrase was a journalistic masterpiece, Simple, memorable, instantly visual, and slightly absurd. It was the perfect blend of the mundane, a kitchen saucer, and the fantastic flight. Arnold, reading the papers, felt a fresh wave of anxiety. He had tried to describe emotion, a dynamic quality of physics he couldn't grasp. The press had seized upon a shape and had instantly transformed his sighting into a piece of popular fantasy. He tried to correct the record repeatedly in the following days, stressing that the objects were crescent-shaped or boomerang-shaped or thin and flat, but that the skipping was the true mystery. It was futile. The name had been given. The world was looking for flying saucers. The subsequent days were consumed by phone calls. The requests came in from everywhere: the Associated Press, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Air Force. Arnold was forced to repeat his story countless times, each repetition making the impossible seem more real, yet somehow less precise. He found himself growing weary of the word saucer, which felt cheapened, disconnected from the profound, silent majesty of what he had actually witnessed over Mount Rainier. He began to see the enormous, unstoppable mechanism of the media. It did not seek truth, it sought simplification. It distilled the vast, complex, terrifying unknown into a marketable two-word headline. He had handed the world a mystery, and the world had handed him back a novelty. The quiet, analytical pilot was now involuntarily cast as the reluctant, slightly eccentric discoverer of a cosmic new toy. He missed the solitude of the cockpit, the time before the skipping water had become the flying saucer, and before his own words had escaped his control, taking on a viral life of their own. The wire room of the United Press in New York, thousands of miles away from the quiet airfield in Pendleton, was a place of perpetual, low-stakes chaos. The air was thick with the clatter of teletype machines, the smell of ozone and hot metal, and the shouted instructions of stressed editors. In late June 1947, this room became the global epicenter of a phenomenon none of them could explain, but all of them were desperate to report. When Bill Beckett's story, headlined with the irresistible phrase "flying saucers," first clattered across the teletype machine, the initial reaction was one of amused skepticism. The senior editor, a tired man named Mr. Peterson, leaned over the machine, pulled the paper, and chuckled dryly. Saucers. What next? Flying teacups. But the chuckle quickly died in his throat. Within 48 hours, the trickle of curiosity became a torrent of confirmation. Reports began pouring in from across the entire continent, a deluge of eyewitness accounts from all walks of life. The psychological effect of the Arnold sighting was immediate and pervasive. The public now had a name, a shape, and an expectation. Suddenly, everyone who had seen a strange light, a fast plane, or even a cloud formation, now knew exactly what it was: a flying saucer. Peterson watched the wire reports accumulate with mounting disbelief. From Oklahoma, a farmer claimed he saw two discs skimming his wheat field. From California, a Navy pilot reported an unauthorized metallic object matching Arnold's description. From the Midwest, dozens of civilian sightings followed, each one confirming the impossible speed and the strange, gliding motion. The volume of traffic strained the archaic machinery of the wire services. The rhythmic clicking of the teletypes, once a predictable background beat, became a frantic, constant drumbeat. Reporters worked double shifts, their fingers black with carbon paper, their eyes gritty from staring at the continuous scrolling paper feed. The low-stakes conflict of meeting daily deadlines was replaced by the existential exhaustion of trying to catalog the impossible. The media frenzy was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Every story about a new sighting encouraged two more people to look up, and two more to call in a report. Newspaper circulation figures soared. The American public was terrified, fascinated, and utterly unified in its attention to the sky. Cartoons appeared in every major paper, depicting cartoon aliens peering out of ridiculous, oversized teacups. Radio shows discussed the physics of saucer flight. The phenomenon was simultaneously terrifying and utterly trivialized. The U.S. military was forced to react. The Pentagon, still focused on the fragile political balance of the post-war world, could not afford an enduring panic, nor could they ignore the possibility of genuine advanced technology operating unchecked in American airspace. They were particularly concerned by the potential that the sightings were a highly sophisticated form of Soviet espionage, perhaps based on recovered Nazi aerospace designs. Orders began to filter down to the local Air Force bases. Identify, investigate, explain. The military response was characterized by a cold, bureaucratic urgency. They issued general statements assuring the public that the objects were either misidentified, whether balloons, atmospheric reflections, or cases of mass hysteria. But behind the scenes, an unprecedented level of surveillance was activated. Every reported sighting was logged, scrutinized, and often dismissed with a vague, unsatisfactory explanation. The military's fear was tangible. If these were not American and they were not Soviet, then they represented a level of technological advancement that fundamentally destabilized the new global order. Arnold, the unwitting originator of this chaos, was suddenly a public figure whose words carried enormous, destabilizing weight. His descriptions were now official testimony, the foundation of every subsequent report. He was called back repeatedly by military intelligence agents, asked to recreate his flight path, draw diagrams, and sign affidavits. They did not seem to think he was crazy. They seemed to think he was telling the impossible truth, and they wanted to know how to fight it. The media frenzy continued to build through late June. By the time July arrived, the atmosphere was volatile. The term flying saucer was so entrenched that any unknown object, any crash, any unusual piece of debris would be instantly interpreted through that lens. The stage was set for a truly significant event. The constant clicking of the teletypes, the endless rush of reporting, had done its work. The world was now conditioned to look for and believe in the unexplainable. This deep, profound shift in public consciousness was the silent, necessary precursor to the actual discovery in the desert of New Mexico, a few short days later. Kenneth Arnold returned to his quiet life near Boise, Idaho, weary but fundamentally changed. The media spotlight, which had burned so intensely for those few initial weeks, now receded, leaving behind a subtle, pervasive sense of isolation. He had been transformed from a private pilot into a public curiosity, a person forever linked to an impossible event. His home, a comfortable wooden house on the outskirts of the town, offered little solace. The walls and windows, once sources of quiet domestic peace, now felt like flimsy barriers separating him from the immense, indifferent sky. He found himself incapable of simply looking up anymore. Every cloud, every passing plane, every star at night was scrutinized, instantly compared against the perfect, impossible motion of the 9 skipping objects. The memory itself was not terrifying. It was sublime. What lingered was the absolute, cold certainty that he had witnessed something truly alien to human engineering. The objects had moved with an authority that seemed to mock the clumsy, labored effort of flight he managed with his own aircraft. He would often sit out on his porch in the deep twilight, watching the silhouettes of the western pines sharpen against the fading light. The evening air was still, cooled by the descent of the sun, carrying the scent of dry earth and distant water. He would replay the sighting in his mind, focusing on the peripheral details: the shimmering white of Rainier, the deep blue shadow in the valley below Mount Adams, the texture of the air at 9,000 feet. He was searching not for confirmation, but for a flaw in his memory, a logical human error that could return him to the comfortable world where the sky was empty save for birds and American planes. There were none. The timing was precise, the geometry of their movement undeniable. The fact that the press had corrupted the story, turning the action into a noun, did not diminish the reality of the experience. The 9 objects were still out there, 9 silent shadows in the back of his mind, gliding across a higher stratum of reality. The isolation deepened because he could no longer speak candidly about the event. When interviewed by the dozens of reporters who continued to call, he had to perform. He had to be the sober, trustworthy witness. But he could not share the true, profound strangeness of the sight, the feeling that he was watching a piece of nature's logic that humans had not yet mastered. That sense of awe and terror was his alone. He felt a quiet resentment toward the word saucer, which cheapened the true mystery. The public, he realized, preferred the simplified, cartoonish shape to the challenging, ungraspable concept of impossible speed. His wife, a patient and pragmatic woman, watched him with quiet concern. He was withdrawn, not because he was scared, but because he was mentally occupied with an unanswerable riddle. He would sketch the objects late into the night, using geometric precision to capture their boomerang-like profile, trying to understand how such a shape could be stable at such speeds. His attempts were futile. The sketches were merely paper ghosts of the undeniable physical presence that had crossed his path. One evening, he was visited by 2 men in civilian clothes, impeccably dressed and carrying no identification beyond quiet confidence. They identified themselves as representatives of a joint Army-Air Force intelligence team. They did not ask him to retract his story. Instead, they asked him to refine it. They were interested in the precise angle of deflection, the metallic composition which he could only guess at, and the speed. Their questions were not framed with disbelief, but with an intense, analytical fear. They were not looking for a hoax. They were looking for a threat. "Mr. Arnold," one of the men said, his voice low and devoid of inflection, "we need to know if you believe these objects are under any control other than atmospheric." Arnold paused, looking past the man out into the vast, darkening vista of the Idaho hills. "They were in formation," he finally replied, his voice slow and deliberate. They corrected in unison. They were moving with a purpose. They were being controlled. The agent merely nodded, writing something on his pad. There was no follow-up, no judgment. They left as quietly as they came, leaving Arnold alone with the weight of his confirmation. The visit reinforced his quiet sense of duty. He was not just a pilot who saw something odd. He was the key witness in a national security matter that could not be openly discussed. He was trapped between the public's thirst for fantasy and the government's terror of reality. He returned to his porch, watching the stars wheel overhead. The summer sky felt immense and indifferent, but now it also felt inhabited. The weeks following the Kenneth Arnold sighting settled into a tense, cultural hum. The media frenzy had peaked, but the term flying saucer was now fully integrated into the American consciousness, a permanent fixture in the collective subconscious. The quiet, analytical reality of Arnold's experience had been successfully transformed into a pervasive, yet trivialized fear of the unknown. This hum was the sound of the world waiting for the other shoe to drop. People were nervous, excited, and constantly scanning the horizon. The sightings continued, a persistent, low-grade fever that ran through the nation's newspapers. The military, having failed to completely squash the story, focused on maintaining its cover narratives, primarily using the easy dismissal of misidentified weather phenomena. Arnold himself became a quiet, authoritative figure in the middle of the storm. He continued his work, flying his routes, but the high-altitude solitude no longer felt peaceful. It felt like surveillance. He carried the responsibility of the impossible. He knew the truth, but the simple, marketable lie was what the world preferred to consume. His life became a measured, thoughtful opposition to the absurdity of the term saucer, even while he was forced to endure it. The entire atmosphere of the desert Southwest was particularly affected. New Mexico, with its vast, empty stretches of land and its close proximity to highly classified nuclear research, was already a land of high-stakes secrets. The presence of the 509th Bomb Group at Roswell, a hub of unparalleled security, meant that the tolerance for anything unknown in the airspace was zero. It was this background hum of expectation, fear, and deep military paranoia that set the final stage for the events of early July. When rancher William Mack Brazel finally gathered the courage to bring his strange, unidentifiable debris into the sheriff's office in Roswell, the response was immediate and overwhelming because the groundwork had already been laid. The Roswell Army Airfield did not see a random pile of junk. They saw the physical manifestation of the flying saucer that the entire nation had been talking about for 2 weeks. Arnold's story had created the interpretive framework. The existence of the secret Project Mogul provided the convenient, pre-packaged official lie. The nuclear security procedures of the 509th ensured that the debris would be instantly whisked into the hands of the highest, most secretive command. The confluence of these three factors, the public hysteria, the convenient cover story, and the nuclear-era security, created the perfect environment for the actual incident to be born, flourish in silence, and be instantly buried under a mountain of official denial. Arnold, sitting hundreds of miles away in Idaho, felt the shift indirectly. The phone calls to his office suddenly shifted from reporters seeking sensational quotes to stern, uniformed voices asking very precise questions about metallic composites and structural resilience. The curiosity had transformed into cold, hard inquiry. The world was no longer simply watching the sky. It was now picking up the pieces of what had fallen from it. His final reflection, as the summer deepened and the nights became longer, was not one of excitement, but of quiet resignation. He had merely been a witness, a messenger. The true power was held by the objects themselves, which had moved with that effortless, silent grace. They had shown humanity its own technological limits, and in doing so, had forced the world to acknowledge the vast, inhabited darkness beyond its own atmosphere. He breathed slowly, letting the quiet certainty of the night envelop him, easing the transition into the deep, reflective sleep that comes only after an impossible truth has been seen and accepted. Major Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer of the 509th Bomb Group, carried the weight of the desert's most crucial secret. His office, a small, functional room at the Roswell Army Airfield, was a sterile island of order surrounded by the vast, chaotic silence of the New Mexico landscape. The air inside smelled of dust and old paper, a mixture of the arid external reality and the bureaucratic internal one. He spent his days in the methodical, precise analysis of geopolitical tension, tracking Soviet movements and protecting the sensitive assets of the atomic base. This was a man who dealt in facts, in reconnaissance photographs, in proven trajectories, and in the concrete threat of a new global war. The summer heat in Roswell was not a casual warmth. It was a physical pressure, a constant, dry hammer against the senses. Even inside the air-cooled confines of the base, the desert pressed in, a reminder of the isolation and the enormous responsibility of the base's mission. Marcel often stood by his window, looking out at the shimmering heat rising off the tarmac, his mind quiet, steady, and focused on the intricate web of global defense. He understood that in this remote, silent corner of the world, the next major conflict could begin. The persistent media clamor surrounding the flying saucers had reached him, of course, but he had dismissed it with professional detachment. It was mass hysteria, the civilian world translating its anxiety into fanciful shapes. His job was to worry about Russian long-range bombers, not skipped pie plates. He dealt in gravity, not fantasy. Then, the evening of Sunday, July 6, 1947, brought a subtle, profound change to the silence of his routine. The initial call came through the chain of command, a quiet, almost hesitant voice from the local sheriff's office. It was relayed through the provost marshal, whose tone was professionally guarded but tinged with an unusual uncertainty. A rancher named Mac Brazel had found debris on his land, scattered across a remote field miles northwest of Roswell. The debris was peculiar. Brazel, a quiet man not prone to sensationalism, had described the material with a genuine bafflement that cut through the military's skepticism. Marcel listened to the relayed details with a growing, cold attention. The material, according to the rancher, was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was lightweight, yet incredibly strong. Pieces of it defied bending or burning. It was scattered over a vast area, suggesting an aerial incident of enormous scale. The word debris was usually synonymous with a training accident or a downed target drone, but the description did not match any conventional aircraft, and certainly not the familiar remains of a weather balloon. The sheer distance of the site, the size of the scatter pattern, and the rancher's persistent claim that the metallic foil could not be crumpled or cut, these details snagged in Marcel's analytical mind. He went to his safe, pulling out the standing orders for classified recovery. He did not immediately think flying saucer, but he immediately thought threat. In the 509th, anything unidentifiable was treated as potentially hostile. Given the proximity to Los Alamos and the importance of the base, no risk, however slight or absurd, could be ignored. He spent a long hour making the necessary calls, his voice low and measured, ensuring the proper protocols were followed. The atmosphere in his office grew heavy, not with the heat of the desert, but with the pressure of a rising, internal tension. He realized he was standing at the edge of a moment that could either be a mundane bureaucratic error, a wildly misinterpreted weather balloon, or something else entirely, something that spoke to the fear that had been sweeping the continent since Kenneth Arnold saw those skipping lights. The orders were clear. Proceed immediately to the sheriff's office, confirm the nature of the debris, and ensure its prompt, discreet transport back to the RAAF. He was to take Captain Sheridan Cavett, the counterintelligence corps officer, with him. The mission was not one of rescue or forensics, but of absolute security and collection. He walked out of his office late that night, the stars of the New Mexico desert shining with a cold, dry brilliance that seemed infinitely distant. The base was quiet, the usual low sounds of machinery and patrol vehicles muted by the hour. Marcel adjusted his uniform cap, his mind running through the checklist of equipment: gloves, evidence bags, canvas tarpaulins. The weight of his responsibilities was suddenly heavier than the summer air. He knew, deep in his professional core, that the debris he was about to collect was likely connected to the pervasive sense of unease that had gripped the world. The pieces he was going to find, were the physical manifestation of the impossible speeds, the impossible shapes, and the profound questions that had been asked in the press for the past 2 weeks. He felt a quiet sense of foreboding, a deep, professional certainty that his orderly world of facts and figures was about to be irreversibly altered by a few scattered, strange fragments of metal and foil found in the dust. The silence of the desert night held a new metallic tension, and Marcel, the guardian of the nation's most secret arsenal, was about to step directly into the center of the greatest mystery of the modern age. He inhaled the dry, cool air, the scent of the desert floor thick and earthy, and drove out into the vast, waiting darkness. The drive out to the Brazil ranch was a slow, deliberate journey into the heart of the desolate terrain. The night had given way to the first, pale wash of dawn, painting the eastern sky in soft, bruised colors of purple and rose. Marcel drove the staff car with the methodical patience of a man who understood that haste was often the enemy of security. Captain Cavett sat silently beside him, the only sound the low rumble of the engine and the crunch of the tires on the poorly maintained, dusty road. They had first met Mac Brazel in town, a quiet, sun-weathered man whose apprehension was evident in the subtle tightness around his eyes. Brazel had explained the location and the timeline of the discovery with an earnest, direct sincerity that Marcel, the intelligence officer, found instantly trustworthy. This was not a man seeking attention. This was a man seeking an explanation for something deeply unsettling. Now, as they left the last vestige of paved road and followed Brazel's truck across the deeply rutted paths of the ranch, the sheer scale of the desert became overwhelming. New Mexico was a land of silence defined by distance. The horizon seemed to stretch away forever, the low scrub brush and juniper trees offering no discernible landmarks, just a vast, repetitive pattern of dry earth and sky. The rising sun, now a blinding, fiery disk above the mountains, baked the land instantly, pulling the moisture from the air and intensifying the dry, dusty stillness. After what seemed like an endless time, they stopped. The location was a wide, open basin protected by a low ridge of hills. The ground was composed of fine, light-colored sand and scattered rocks. The air, devoid of wind, held the intense smell of dry pine and heat, a clean, sharp scent that only the high desert possesses. Brazel pointed across the field. The debris field was enormous, scattered across an area that Marcel estimated to be nearly 3/4 of a mile long. The pattern of the dispersal suggested a high-altitude explosion or disintegration. Marcel stepped out of the car, the silence of the scene immediately claiming his attention. The only sound was the metallic cooling tick of the car engine and the slow, deliberate crunch of his boots on the dusty ground. He walked slowly toward the center of the field, the silence around him amplifying the sense of vast, profound emptiness. The fragments lay everywhere, sparkling faintly in the sharp morning light. But this was no ordinary debris. The pieces varied widely. There were small, metallic fragments, some of which appeared to be thin, silver foil, scattered like strange, forgotten autumn leaves. He knelt down, pulling a pair of thin, leather gloves onto his hands. He picked up a piece of the metallic foil, perhaps 4 inches long. It was incredibly light, almost weightless, yet when he tried to bend it, it resisted his pressure completely. He attempted to crease it, to dent it, applying a steady, focused force between his thumb and forefinger, but the material refused to yield, snapping back into its original, smooth shape the instant he released the tension. It felt fragile, almost like rice paper, but possessed an unearthly resilience. Next, he examined the structural pieces. These were small, rigid fragments, shaped like thin strips or rods, with strange, embossed markings on their internal surfaces. The markings were not letters or numbers as Marcel understood them. They were symbols like hieroglyphs, in an intricate pattern of purple and faded brown, geometric and utterly foreign. He ran his fingertip over them, noting the subtle, raised texture. They were bafflingly delicate in appearance, yet when he tried to scratch the surface with the edge of a rock, they remained unmarked. Marcel walked the length of the debris path slowly, methodically, his trained military eye absorbing the scale of the wreckage. The field was not burned or scorched. There was no large impact crater, no massive hole suggesting a heavy object had struck the earth. It was as if the object had simply dissolved in the air, raining down its lightweight, resilient fragments across the arid ground. Captain Cavett joined him, holding a small piece of the foil. He tried to tear it, twisting it between his hands, but the material resisted. He shook his head, a subtle expression of disbelief crossing his usually placid features. "Major, this isn't anything I've ever seen," he murmured, his voice hushed by the immensity of the desert. Marcel did not reply immediately. He was focused on the profound paradox of the material. Its lightness, its paper-thin fragility, combined with its total structural integrity. It defied the known principles of metallurgy. It was technology, but not technology that belonged to any nation on Earth. He looked up at the vast, pale blue of the sky, the sun now high and intense, beating down on the quiet desert floor. The peaceful emptiness of the landscape now felt like a colossal container, holding an immense, unnerving secret. The fragments at his feet were the answer to Kenneth Arnold's impossible question, the physical proof of the skipping shadows that had haunted the airwaves for 2 weeks. The collection began quietly, methodically. Marcel, Cavett, and the rancher moved slowly across the field, gathering the strange, lightweight pieces and placing them into heavy canvas bags. There was no rush, only the deep, focused silence of men performing a necessary, overwhelming task. Marcel watched the fragments disappear into the bags, feeling the profound shift in his reality. The world was bigger now, more complex, and infinitely more secret. As the sun reached its zenith, casting sharp, brief shadows, the bags were full, secured, and loaded into the back of the staff car. Marcel stood for a moment, looking back at the now empty, dust-covered field. It looked entirely normal, just another patch of anonymous New Mexico desert, yet he knew it was the site of a cosmic event. He climbed back into the car. The engine started, the sound heavy and reassuringly familiar. They drove away slowly, leaving the silence of the desert behind them, carrying the strange, resilient secret wrapped in canvas, bound for the most secure military base in the world. Marcel settled back into his seat, the heat pressing against the windows, the bags of debris a silent, profound weight behind him. The airwaves would soon be full of denials, but Marcel knew what he had seen and what he was carrying. He had held the unknown in his hands, and the world of facts, figures, and global politics would never again be the same. The drive back was long, silent, and filled with the quiet, unsettling certainty that the real mystery of the summer had just begun. The summer of 1947 in the high desert of New Mexico was defined by 2 things: the relentless, white-hot sun and the profound silence that seemed to absorb all sound. Miles north of Roswell, beyond the boundaries of any conventional map, the secret operation known as Project Mogul, unfolded its delicate, complicated machinery. This project was not about flight in the way people understood it. It was about listening. It was about acoustic espionage, the highly sensitive act of trying to hear, from thousands of feet in the atmosphere, the distant, muffled sound of a nuclear test detonation deep within the Soviet Union. To achieve this impossible act of listening, The scientists and military technicians used complex trains of neoprene balloons, sometimes numbering 20 or more, carrying arrays of microphones, transmitters, and most crucially, large, intricate radar reflectors. The reflectors were the most visually distinct part of the package. They were not simple pieces of metal, but meticulously engineered structures. They were built from a lightweight balsa wood framework, taped together with a specialized, reflective foil, and secured with nylon cords and adhesive. These components had to be lightweight enough to be lifted by the high-altitude balloons and durable enough to withstand the incredible cold and pressure of the upper troposphere. When the sun caught these geometric structures, they might have looked, to an observer miles below, like some kind of strange, angular metallic machine, silently drifting. The scientists who worked on Mogul were housed in temporary, isolated barracks, their lives governed by the weather reports and the launch schedules. Their days were long, slow studies in precision. The work was methodical, painstaking, and utterly secret. The heat of the desert day pressed against the corrugated metal walls of their hangar, creating a deep, resonant hum that was the only sound permitted to break the concentration. Inside, the technicians handled the materials with the quiet reverence due to highly sensitive, custom-made equipment. The foil, a type of mylar-like material, had a peculiar property. It felt like tissue paper, fragile and crinkly, yet it possessed a resilience that defied simple tearing. It was designed to maintain its shape even under the stress of high-altitude winds. Dr. Arthur Willis, the lead physicist on the launch team, often stood outside at night, long after the day's preparation was done, gazing up at the enormous, star-dusted sky. The air at night was cool and clear, offering an infinite view of the cosmos. He felt a deep, profound connection to the silent work they were doing, this act of placing instruments between the stars and the earth to listen for the sound of humanity's darkest fear. The secrecy was a weight, a necessity. They were guarding the global peace by listening for the subtle tremor of war. He understood the danger of their work. If one of these sophisticated, custom-made arrays descended in the wrong place, it could easily be mistaken for something else. The balsa wood looked like a shattered fuselage. The foil, with its metallic sheen and resistance to damage, could be mistaken for something alien. The geometric patterns on the radar reflectors, designed for maximum radio wave reflection, were intentionally intricate and certainly looked unnatural. Willis carried the knowledge of the truth like a heavy cloak, a constant burden in the silent desert. He knew that what they launched was merely wood, tape, and foil, dedicated to a noble, earthbound purpose. But he also understood the power of suggestion, especially in a world freshly terrified by the reports of skipping objects and flying saucers. He sometimes imagined an unwitting civilian finding the debris, far from any familiar context, trying to reconcile the unbreakability of the foil with the fragility of the wood. The disparity between the material's appearance and its incredible strength was the precise cause of the project's success, and also the inevitable source of public delusion. He watched the moonlight silver the distant sand dunes, the landscape entirely still, entirely silent. He thought of the quiet effort to piece together the balsa structures, the repetitive, soothing rhythm of applying the adhesive tape, the slow, steady inflation of the massive balloons. It was a tedious, low-stakes conflict against the elements and against time, but the stakes of failure, missing the sound of a nuclear test, were terrifyingly high. The work had to be done in silence, in secret, and with a relentless, quiet precision. The world outside, the world of newspapers and headlines, did not need to know about the silent towers that were listening to the wind, thousands of feet above the earth. That knowledge would only create unnecessary questions. And in this tense, post-war era, questions were always dangerous. Willis breathed slowly, the dry air filling his lungs, and listened to the vast, encompassing silence, the only sound the slow, measured beat of his own heart. William Mack Brazel was a man whose life was measured in the immense stillness of the New Mexico ranchland. His days were long, rhythmic stretches of tending sheep and maintaining fences across the sprawling J.B. Foster property, miles away from the nearest town. Mack was a man of the quiet earth, accustomed to the slow, predictable conflicts of the land. The sudden flash flood, the persistent drought, the stubbornness of a hungry coyote. He was not a man given to speculation or excitement. His reality was tangible, the rough wool of the sheep, the dry smell of the sagebrush, the weight of the hammer in his hand. The summer of 1947 was particularly dry, lending a parched, bleached quality to the landscape. The sun was a punishing, relentless presence, chasing all moisture deep into the earth. The air was so dry that sounds carried enormous distances, yet rarely was there anything to hear beyond the bleating of the flock or the low moan of the wind across the flatlands. On an ordinary morning, sometime around the end of June, Mack rode out on his horse to check the fences after a particularly bad thunderstorm. The storm had passed days before, but it had brought a brief, violent wind, a rare turbulence that tore at the landscape before vanishing into the clear air. He was searching for damage, a simple, low-stakes task that required his full, measured attention. It was in a remote corner of the pasture that he first saw the debris. At first, he thought it was wreckage from a lost airplane. This was not uncommon in the vast, empty reaches of the desert. He dismounted, tying his horse to a dusty mesquite, and walked slowly toward the scattered fragments. The scene was unsettling in its sheer scope and its silent lack of context. The wreckage was strewn over an area of 3/4 of a mile, a long, irregular path of scattering that suggested a high-altitude dispersal. But there was no sign of a large fuselage, no impact crater, and crucially, no scorch marks, no smoke, and no smell of aviation fuel. He knelt down, his calloused fingers brushing the dust off the first piece. It was a thin, silvery material, like heavy aluminum foil, crumpled and twisted by the wind. But when he tried to smooth it out, it snapped back to its original shape with a surprising resilience. He picked up another piece and deliberately tried to fold it sharply. It resisted the pressure, refusing to hold a crease. He took a knife from his pocket and pressed the blade against the foil. The blade slid away without marking the surface. He felt a slow, creeping sense of confusion. This was not aluminum. This was not tin. Next, he examined the structural components. These were thin strips, dark brown or black, incredibly lightweight, almost like balsa wood, but possessing a hardness that belied their appearance. When he tried to snap a strip over his knee, it simply resisted, flexing slightly before returning to its straightness. Most strange were the markings. On the inner curve of some of the strips there were symbols, not writing as he knew it, but geometric patterns of faded purple and deep blue, intricate and repetitive. They were beautiful in a foreign, cold sort of way. They looked like something made by a mind that did not think in letters or numbers, but in pure, crystalline geometry. Max spent a long, slow hour walking the length of the field, gathering the strange objects. He was not afraid, but he was profoundly puzzled. Everything about the materials defied the common sense of the ranch. Metal should bend, wood should break. The only thing that possessed this combination of lightness and resilience was, perhaps, something he had never encountered before. He carefully loaded the bulk of the material onto his truck. The light weight of the pile was another source of confusion. A truckload of genuine wreckage should weigh hundreds of pounds. This felt no heavier than a load of dry hay. He drove back to his quiet shack, the strange pile in the back of the truck a silent, unsettling passenger. He spent the next few days trying to find an explanation, asking his neighbors, showing small fragments to his family. The more he tested the materials, trying to burn the foil, trying to scratch the strips, the deeper his confusion grew. The foil would not ignite, the strips would not yield. Mac, a simple man of the earth, had stumbled upon the material proof of a high-altitude scientific project far beyond his comprehension, a project designed to listen to the whispers of a distant war. The geometric patterns were not alien language, but the remnants of radar reflectors. The foil was a specialized composite. He had found the end of a long, thin, scientific ear that had fallen from the sky, its purpose entirely masked by its unusual composition. He finally drove to Roswell, carrying a sample of the debris, motivated not by sensationalism, but by a simple, quiet need to know what kind of foreign junk was scattered across his quiet pasture. He pulled his truck up to the sheriff's office, the load of strange materials sitting silently in the back, the sun beating down on the canvas tarp. He stepped out of the cab, inhaling the dust of the town, and walked toward the door, carrying the weight of the desert's quiet, confusing secret. His simple act of seeking clarity was about to ignite a global frenzy, simply because the timing was wrong, and the materials were so utterly strange. Major Jesse Marcel's journey to the Brazil Ranch was a descent from the orderly world of military facts into the disorienting, endless silence of the New Mexico desert. The official orders he carried were clear and precise: investigate, confirm, and recover all materials. But the contents of the orders felt heavy, imbued with the unspoken national anxiety fueled by the flying saucer headlines. He drove the military staff car with his usual measured patience. Captain Sheridan Cavett, the counterintelligence corps officer, seated next to him. The landscape was a monotonous repetition of dried riverbeds and low, pale green scrub brush. The air, hot and thin, rushed past the open windows in a dry, uniform roar that did little to disturb the profound sense of isolation. Marcel was a man built on professional certainty. His years in intelligence had taught him that every anomaly had a root cause, every mystery a logical, earthbound explanation. His mind worked like a cold engine, processing the data points. A large scatter field, debris that resisted cutting, a rancher who seemed genuinely bewildered. He dismissed the immediate press conclusion of a flying disc, settling instead on the most likely possibility: a sophisticated, experimental piece of American military hardware, possibly a rocket component or a high-altitude espionage device, that had gone drastically wrong. As they followed Mac Brazel's truck deeper into the desolation, the road deteriorating into twin ruts of powdery dust, Marcel felt the distance from his base headquarters grow into a physical entity. The silence here was different from the structured quiet of his office. This was a silence that felt vast and old, the silence of millions of years of dry wind and sunlight. When they finally arrived at the wide, open basin, Marcel was immediately struck by the strange lack of obvious impact. He had expected a scorched hole, a definitive scar on the land. Instead, the debris lay scattered in a long, irregular line, as if it had been dropped by the wind from an immense height. He knelt down, his fingers, protected by thin gloves, touching the fragments. The cool, dry earth smelled of alkali and ancient dust. He picked up a piece of the foil. It was thin, translucent in places, incredibly light. He applied pressure, then increased it, trying to crush it into a small ball, an action that would easily flatten any standard aircraft aluminum. The foil resisted, stubbornly maintaining its form, springing back with a quiet, firm defiance when he relaxed his grip. Marcel's methodical mind stalled. This was not conventional metal. It was not military foil. It was utterly unfamiliar. He thought of the balsa wood strips, dark brown, covered with the strange symbolic markings. He picked one up and ran his thumb over the geometric shapes. They were raised, textured, and deeply confusing. They looked like something meticulously printed, not haphazardly stamped. The deep silence of the desert seemed to absorb any attempt at rational explanation. Marcel stood, the sun high overhead, staring at the field. It was the vastness that magnified the strangeness. In this endless, empty space, the debris felt isolated from all human context, as if it had arrived from the empty space above. He spent hours walking the debris path, systematically cataloging the types of materials. The lack of conventional components was glaring. No wiring, no rivets, no bolts, no recognizable engine parts. It was all structural, all composed of this resilient, lightweight foil and the symbolic rods. He felt the tension build, not in a rush of panic, but in a slow, creeping realization that his carefully constructed world of military facts was being undermined by these silent, inanimate objects. He remembered the reports of the skipping saucers, the hysteria he had dismissed, and a cold certainty began to settle in his gut. The rancher had not found a weather balloon. He had found something manufactured, something advanced, and something definitively other. The collection process was slow, quiet, and profoundly unsettling. The heat pressed down, and the only sound was the rustling of the strange foil as it was gathered into the canvas bags. Marcel worked with a focused intensity, his mind no longer trying to categorize the debris, but simply to record the overwhelming fact of its unearthly strangeness. As they drove away, the sun beginning its long, slow descent toward the western horizon, Major Marcel sat in silence, the canvas bags heavy and inert in the back seat. He looked out at the rolling hills, the dry silence now feeling like a profound witness to a cosmic moment. He knew the story would have to be explained, contained, and reduced to a familiar object. But the truth of the silent field, the unbending foil, and the strange geometry would remain locked within his mind, a silent, profound secret carried away from the vast, empty cradle of the New Mexico desert. The weight of the world's quiet uncertainty had officially transferred from the headlines to the canvas bags resting behind him. The debris, once secured inside the intelligence office at the Roswell Army Airfield, lost none of its strange power. It lay spread out on Marcel's large wooden desk, a chaotic sprawl of material that defied the familiar logic of metal, wood, and plastic. The room was cool, a refuge from the penetrating desert heat, but the debris radiated a kind of intense, quiet energy that seemed to absorb the light. Marcel studied the materials in an exhaustive, meditative detail. He used his fingers, the most sensitive instruments available, to explore the tactile paradox of the components. The foil was the most confounding. It possessed the texture of heavy wrapping paper, yet it was completely impervious to any attempts to damage it. When held up to the desk lamp, it reflected the light with a soft, diffused sheen, unlike the harsh glare of aluminum. He would pick up a long strip of it, hold it loosely, and then crush it with concentrated effort between his palms, feeling the material resist and then collapse under the sustained pressure. But the moment he let go, the piece would slowly, silently, and completely unfold, returning to its smooth, unmarred original state. The action was hypnotic, a repetitive, low-stakes conflict against physics itself. He could spend long minutes simply crushing and releasing the foil, witnessing the small, impossible return to perfection. The balsa-like strips were just as strange. They were feather-light, almost like dried reeds, but possessed a structural rigidity that made them impossible to snap. He applied increasing pressure, placing the strip over the edge of his desk, and could feel the material flex, stretch, and stubbornly hold its form. He examined the embossed symbols under a magnifying glass. The patterns were incredibly fine, composed of tiny, interlocking geometric shapes, circles within triangles, lines crossing in non-Euclidean ways. They were precisely spaced like printed circuit patterns, yet they were textured onto a structural element that felt like thin, dried wood. He could not read the script. It conveyed a quiet, crystalline logic that was entirely non-human. The lack of heat damage or charring was another crucial, silent detail. Whatever event had caused the object to scatter had not involved fire or excessive thermal stress. It was as if the device had suffered a purely mechanical failure, a catastrophic, high-speed disintegration at altitude, or perhaps an atmospheric depressurization. Marcel's quiet analysis extended into the night. He worked alone, the only sound the low hum of the air conditioning and the subtle, nearly inaudible crinkle of the foil when he manipulated it. He compared the debris to every piece of military and experimental technology he had access to. Weather balloons, captured V-2 rocket remnants, aircraft skins. Nothing matched. The lightness, the resilience, the strange geometric language, it was all unique. He thought of the thousands of feet of high-altitude string that was also found, thin and tough, used to connect the complex mogul balloon train. He acknowledged that the sheer volume of some of the scattered material could suggest a balloon, but the essential structural components, the strips and the foil, defied that simple conclusion. The official story would be Project Mogul, he knew, because that was the only explanation that protected the deep, crucial secret of what they were doing in New Mexico. But the materials on his desk whispered a different, silent truth. He found himself growing tired, his concentration beginning to waver in the profound quiet of the late hour. He ran his hand over the strange, unyielding foil one last time, feeling its cool, smooth surface. It was a physical remnant of a phenomenon Kenneth Arnold had only glimpsed in passing, the end product of a physics beyond human comprehension. He slowly gathered the pieces, placing them carefully into a protective container, preparing them for the next stage of their silent, secret journey up the chain of command. He closed his office door, locking the strange, resilient fragments inside, and walked out into the silent, star-dusted night, carrying the quiet, heavy weight of his new, impossible knowledge. The desert air was cool, the silence deep, and the only certainty was the unnerving fact that the familiar had been replaced by the utterly unknown. The transition from Mac Brazel's simple truth to the military's official lie was swift, quiet, and ruthlessly efficient. Major Marcel was ordered to personally transport the most significant pieces of debris from Roswell to the higher command at Fort Worth Army Airfield in Texas. This journey was undertaken not as a matter of scientific analysis, but as an act of absolute security, ensuring the strange materials vanished quickly into the labyrinth of the military-industrial complex. The flight itself was slow, monotonous, and charged with an immense unspoken tension. The debris was securely packed in two small, heavy-duty suitcases, placed directly on the floor of the B-29 bomber. Marcel sat near them, a quiet, vigilant guardian of the impossible fragments. The drone of the engines was a constant, deep vibration, the sound of the machine steadily eating up the miles, carrying the desert's most crucial secret toward a prepared, institutional denial. Upon arriving at Fort Worth, Marcel was immediately ushered into the office of Brigadier General Roger Ramey, the commander of the 8th Air Force. The contrast between Ramey's office and Marcel's was stark. Ramey's space was large, polished, and powerful, smelling of cigar smoke and new leather. This was the center of command, the place where decisions were made to protect the official reality. Ramey was a man of immense gravity and authority. He greeted Marcel with a quiet professionalism, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation without a hint of surprise. The general's face was unreadable, his eyes focused and calm, radiating the absolute confidence of a man who controlled the narrative. Marcel presented the debris, spreading the fragments across Ramey's floor. The unbending foil, the strips with the non-human symbols, the paradoxical lightness of the material. He described the recovery site, the lack of an impact crater, and his absolute conviction that the material was not of this world. Ramey listened, slowly inhaling on his cigar, the smoke curling around the harsh overhead light. He did not challenge Marcel's honesty. He did not question the strangeness of the material. Instead, he simply acknowledged the power of the evidence and the absolute necessity of containing the public narrative. A few hours later, Ramey called a press conference. But before the photographers arrived, a second batch of debris was brought into the office, the shredded, conventional remnants of a standard military weather balloon and its radar reflector. This was ordinary, everyday material, fragile rubber, simple foil, and clearly recognizable cardboard parts. The moment was a carefully orchestrated piece of theater. Marcel was instructed to pose with the decoy debris. He stood in the corner of the office, his uniform immaculate, his face etched with a quiet professionalism that belied the internal storm raging within him. He watched as the weather balloon fragments were laid out on the floor, replacing the strange, resilient foil and the symbolic rods. He was ordered to point to the mundane debris, to confirm to the photographers and reporters that this ordinary junk, was what had been found on the ranch. Marcel felt a profound, cold sense of isolation. He understood the strategy instantly. The materials he had carried were too extraordinary to be explained away as an American experiment, but the existence of some debris had already been confirmed by the press release back in Roswell. The only way to stop the hysteria was to replace the terrifying unknown with a benign, mundane truth. Project Mogul was the perfect cover, a classified but domestic high-altitude balloon project, simple enough to explain, yet sensitive enough to justify the initial secrecy. He stood silent, his hand pointing vaguely toward the rubber and cardboard, his eyes hollow. He was participating in the immediate creation of a profound public lie. He watched the camera flash, the sudden, brilliant light momentarily blinding him. In that instant, he realized the debris he had collected was now functionally invisible to the world. His personal truth, the quiet, unsettling certainty of the non-human material, was now buried under the weight of an official explanation that was just plausible enough to survive. General Ramey, calm and powerful, addressed the press, confirming that the debris was merely the remnants of a weather device. The photographs were taken, the story was filed, and the entire incident in the space of a single afternoon was neatly, officially closed. Marcel flew back to Roswell that night, the plane now empty of the strange cargo. The immense silence of the desert was waiting for him, but now it felt heavier, colder, permeated by the calculated, profound silence of a secret that had been successfully hidden in plain sight. The immediate aftermath of the official Project Mogul explanation settled over the community of Roswell like a suffocating blanket of dry dust. The initial frenzy, sparked by the RAAF's own press release about a recovered flying disc, was violently choked by the rapid, authoritative retraction from General Ramey in Fort Worth. The newspaper editor who had run the initial sensational headline was now forced to print the mundane truth. ROF captures flying disc in Roswell region. It's a weather balloon. The public, already primed for the incredible by Kenneth Arnold's sightings, felt a sharp, collective deflation. The amazing had been reduced to the acceptable, but the silence was not total. It was a silence filled with subtle doubt and quiet confusion, particularly among those few who had actually handled the debris. Mac Brazel, the rancher who had only sought a quiet explanation, was suddenly caught in the storm. He was taken to Roswell, interviewed repeatedly, and essentially isolated by the military, who ensured he spoke only of the weather balloon narrative. When he returned to his remote ranch, he was a changed man, withdrawn and apprehensive. The vast silence of his fields, once a source of peace, now seemed to hold the echoes of military interrogation. He was a simple man tasked with keeping a high-stakes secret, and the burden was enormous. He never spoke publicly of the incident again, preferring the simple, predictable quiet of his sheep and his land to the confusing, dangerous quiet of classified information. Major Marcel's life, too, became a study in internal conflict. He returned to his duties as intelligence officer, surrounded by the familiar order of his desk and his files. But the orderly world no longer felt real. He was a professional soldier, dedicated to the military structure and the chain of command, yet he was now required to maintain a lie that contradicted his most profound physical experience. He found himself standing at the window of his office, gazing out at the airbase, watching the steady, predictable landing and takeoff of the B-29 bombers. The sound of the piston engines was a deep, reliable rumble. He would compare this reliable, earthly noise to the silent, skipping glide of the objects Kenneth Arnold saw, and the unsettling silence of the resilient foil he had held. Marcel never spoke of the true material at the base, not even to his closest colleagues. The threat of disciplinary action, the gravity of General Ramey's controlled denial, was too powerful. He carried the secret in his quiet professionalism, performing his duties with the same precision, but his inner world was fractured. He was officially a man who had made a mistake, misidentifying a mere balloon. Internally, he was a man who had confirmed an impossible truth and then helped bury it. The silence grew in the years that followed. The Roswell incident became a footnote, a brief flare of summer hysteria extinguished by common sense. Marcel continued his career, the years passing slowly, measured by the monotonous routine of military service. The memory of the debris, the strange symbols, the unyielding texture, did not fade. It became a permanent, silent fixture of his consciousness, a knowledge that existed outside of history books and official reports. He understood that the mogul explanation was not just a lie, but a necessary shield. It protected the true, fragile secret of American nuclear deterrence by hiding the fact that there might be technology in the world, or beyond the world, that could render all human power and secrecy obsolete. The low-stakes conflict of his daily life, processing reports, managing intelligence, was now overshadowed by the high-stakes knowledge of the non-human technology he had held. He would often touch the smooth, cold surface of his wooden desk, recalling the feel of the foil, its impossible resistance to bending. It was a silent, personal ritual. The world believed the lie of the balloon. Marcel lived the quiet, heavy truth of the fragments. He knew that the desert held many secrets, but the one he carried, hidden in his silence, was the most profound of all. The years passed slowly, quietly, folding the Roswell incident into the dusty archives of forgotten news. Major Marcel retired, carrying his medals and his silent secret into civilian life. He settled into a measured, reflective pace, watching the world change around him, seeing the increasing sophistication of flight technology, but always measuring it against the impossible, silent speed of the skipping saucers. It was decades later, long after the immediate military secrecy had dissolved into the passage of time, that the story began to surface again. The quiet, unsettling truth that Marcel and a few others carried began to leak out, not through official documents, but through the slow, careful gathering of scattered memories. The second wave of inquiry was led not by the frantic press of 1947, but by methodical researchers and writers. They found the rancher Mac Brazel's family, still living in the shadow of the vast, quiet land. They found the retired sheriff, who had first seen the debris brought into his office. And crucially, they found Major Jesse Marcel. Marcel, now older, his hair gray, his bearing still military but softened by time, was finally free to speak his personal truth. The threat of immediate military discipline had faded. The world was now accustomed to the concept of complex hidden government secrets. When the researchers sat him down in his quiet home, asking him to recall the event, the memory was startlingly clear, preserved by the profound shock of the original experience. He described the debris with the same detailed precision he had used for General Ramey. The resilience of the foil, the strange symbols on the strips, the utter lack of identifiable hardware. He spoke of the day of the press conference, the quiet substitution of the weather balloon for the real material, the moment he was forced to point to the official lie. His testimony was calm, measured, and devastatingly sincere. His revelation was not delivered with urgency or excitement. It was a slow, measured unloading of a heavy internal burden, a quiet corrective to the historical record. The conflict was no longer about preventing public hysteria, but about correcting his own painful participation in the cover-up. He spoke in the same low, careful tone he had used in the desert, his words carrying the cold, dry certainty of a man who had held the physical evidence of the unexplainable. The resurgence of the story was fueled by this quiet authenticity. The public now had a reliable, high-ranking witness, a man who had risked his career to tell the truth decades after the fact. The conflict shifted from did something crash to what was the true nature of the cover-up. The Project Mogul explanation, the official lie, still stood firm in the military archives, but it now rang hollow against the quiet, sincere voice of the intelligence officer who had been present at the recovery. The official narrative was rigid, cold, and bureaucratic. Marcel's memory was warm, detailed, and utterly human. Marcel's quiet insistence on the truth had a profound effect. It was the moment the Roswell Incident ceased to be mere hysteria and became an enduring, unsolvable mystery. The low-stakes conflict of the quiet desert find had matured into the high-stakes battle for historical truth. He would often look out his window, decades later, not at the desert, but at the sky. The silence was still vast, but now, thanks to his quiet courage, the world was listening to the silent spaces of history, trying to distinguish the crinkle of the ordinary weather balloon from the unyielding resistance of the truly unknown. He found a quiet peace in his old age, having finally reconciled his loyalty to the military with his loyalty to the truth. The story, once silenced, now lived, carried on the slow, measured flow of memory. As the Roswell narrative resurfaced and gained momentum, an inevitable question arose. Was the 1947 incident unique, or were there other crashes like that suffered the same quiet fate? This query led researchers and historians into the shadowy, scattered archives of the late 1940s, searching for similar low-stakes anomalies that were quickly swept under the rug. The period immediately following the Kenneth Arnold sighting was indeed marked by a series of similar, swiftly dismissed reports. The intense military and media focus on the flying saucer phenomenon meant that any unexplained debris, any strange light, was instantly scrutinized, often with the same outcome. The terrifying unknown was replaced by the mundane certainty. One such quiet echo was the alleged crash near Aztec, New Mexico, in 1948. This event, often seen as a spiritual cousin to Roswell, was initially reported as the discovery of a large, disc-shaped object. Details, whispered in hushed tones and published in low-circulation periodicals, spoke of an intact craft, strange metallic construction, and even the unsettling presence of small, silent occupants. The official response to Aztec, much like Roswell, was a swift and authoritative denial, executed with the same practiced efficiency. It was deemed a hoax, a fraudulent scheme perpetrated by unscrupulous individuals seeking fame or money. The military, having perfected the art of the Project Mogul explanation, understood that the best defense against an unexplainable truth was to discredit the witnesses and ridicule the event. The silence surrounding Aztec was enforced by reputation rather than brute force. Marcel, in his later years, often reflected on these subsequent reports. He recognized the pattern instantly. The formula was simple. A civilian finds something genuinely unidentifiable. The military rushes in, confirms the strangeness internally, and then issues a counter-narrative that is just plausible enough to survive initial public scrutiny. The debris, the only true witness, vanishes into the secure, silent channels of military storage. He realized that the true legacy of the Roswell incident was not the crash itself, but the creation of a sophisticated system of controlled silence. The Mogul explanation was simply the first in a series of generic, repeatable denials designed to prevent public anxiety during the fragile geopolitical climate of the Cold War. He understood that for every high-profile crash that was briefly reported, like Roswell or Aztec, there were likely dozens of smaller, quieter incidents that never made it past the local sheriff's office. Debris that was simply collected and categorized as experimental waste and forgotten. The vast, empty landscape of the American Southwest, already a secret testing ground for the world's most powerful weapons, became a silent graveyard for the unexplainable. The collective memory of these quiet incidents, though often confused and obscured by misinformation, proved resilient. They represented the low-stakes conflict between the individual who saw the truth and the institution that demanded its silence. The enduring question was not if things fell from the sky, but how many silent fragments were resting in dark storage facilities, each one a piece of unyielding foil and strange geometry, waiting patiently for the day when the official silence would finally break. The desert, wide and indifferent, held these secrets closely, its stillness a constant, profound testimony to the limits of human knowledge. Major Jesse Marcel's immediate family were the silent, unintentional participants in the most pivotal moment of the cover-up. They were the first, and for a short time, the only civilian witnesses to the genuine debris, the fragments that were truly non-human. The night Marcel returned from the ranch, before flying the material to General Ramey, he brought the debris home. This decision was not made out of carelessness, but out of a deep, professional need to examine the materials under calmer, more controlled circumstances, away from the prying eyes of the base. He wanted his son, Jesse Marcel Jr., to see them too, a silent sharing of an impossible, life-changing discovery. He spread the fragments out on the kitchen table under the warm, yellow glow of the overhead light. The contrast between the familiar domestic setting, the smell of dinner lingering in the air, the rhythmic tick of the grandfather clock, and the alien quality of the debris was profound and deeply unsettling. His son, a boy of 11, was fascinated. He ran his fingers over the resilient foil, experiencing the same impossible physical paradox his father had felt hours earlier. The boy tried to scratch the surface of the dark strips, marveling at their smooth, unyielding hardness. He saw the strange, geometric symbols clearly, patterns that suggested meaning but offered no translation. For a brief hour, the family shared a unique, quiet moment with an object of cosmic origin. It was a domestic science lesson in the impossible, a low-stakes conflict between a child's natural curiosity and the physical laws of the planet. Then, the materials were carefully collected and placed back into the box. The next morning, Marcel departed for Fort Worth, and the quiet act of substitution took place. When he returned, the event was already framed, categorized, and officially sealed as a weather balloon mistake. The debris the son saw on the kitchen table became the family's shared secret, the box of silence. They rarely spoke of it in the years that followed, knowing the danger of contradicting the official story. The memory, however, was vividly preserved in the son's mind, protected by the emotional intensity of the discovery and the subsequent, confusing paternal silence. The conflict was internal. The son believed his father the intelligence officer, a man of absolute integrity. Yet the entire world, led by the army, insisted his father had been wrong. This paradox became a silent fixture of their relationship, a quiet testament to the heavy burden of classified truth. Decades later, when the story resurfaced, Jesse Marcel Jr. was able to provide clear, detailed, and completely corroborating testimony about the materials. The family's brief, quiet encounter in their 1947 kitchen became one of the most powerful, authentic pieces of evidence against the official narrative. The home, once a silent refuge, became the site of a profound, enduring memory. It proved that the true, unyielding fragments existed, even if they were replaced by rubber and cardboard in the eyes of the press. The warmth of the kitchen light, the scent of the evening meal, the sound of the ticking clock, these mundane details had shielded and protected the memory of the most extraordinary material ever seen in the desert. The quiet home was a silent witness to a truth the entire military machine could not erase. The conflict between the official explanation, Project Mogul, and the persistent civilian memory has never been resolved. It has settled into a quiet, enduring state of tension, a permanent low-frequency hum in the historical record. The truth is now a paradox, existing simultaneously as an official scientific experiment and an alleged extraterrestrial crash. Major Marcel and the few others who handled the true debris are gone, but their quiet, sincere testimonies have ensured that the memory of the unyielding foil and the strange, silent symbols endures. The final reflection on the Roswell incident centers not on the chaos of the crash, but on the enduring power of the desert's quiet. The New Mexico landscape itself remains the most profound, silent character in the story. It is a land of vast, empty distances and infinite sky, a place where secrets are easily hidden and easily consumed by the arid air and time. The Project Mogul scientists chose it for its isolation and its high, clear atmosphere, perfect for listening to the world. Mac Brazel's ranch was just one remote, anonymous corner of that immense listening post. The current update, the establishment of the AARO Office to Track Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, is a quiet, official validation of the enduring public question. The government is finally, openly, looking at the same sky that terrified Kenneth Arnold and scattered the debris on Mac Brazel's field. But this new, official inquiry does not, and cannot, change the historical fact of the Roswell cover-up. The truth of the event rests in the quiet details, the resilience of the lightweight material, the absolute silence of the debris field, the professional certainty of Major Marcel, and the terrifying speed of the skipping objects. These are sensory details that defy the rigid simplicity of the weather balloon explanation. The story, ultimately, is about the nature of silence. It is the silence of the high-altitude air where Project Mogul worked. It is the silence of the desert that absorbed the crash. It is the profound, enforced silence of the military machine that replaced the truth with a lie. And it is the long, quiet silence of Major Jesse Marcel, who carried the heavy weight of that truth for decades, finally breaking it with a slow, measured sincerity. The sun still sets over the New Mexico plains, casting deep, purple shadows across the vast, empty canvas. The air cools slowly, carrying the scent of dry earth and sagebrush. The sky above is enormous, silent, and entirely indifferent to the secrets it has held and the stories it has launched. We are left with the quiet certainty that something extraordinary occurred in that silent summer of 1947, and that the only remaining conflict is the slow, unending process of reconciling the simple truth of the debris with the complex machinery of human denial. Breathe slowly. Let the vast, quiet expanse of the desert night settle around you, and listen to the final, deep silence of the long-held secret. The Roswell Army Airfield in the summer of 1947 was not merely an air base. It was the quiet, heavily guarded nerve center of the global atomic age. Home to the 509th Bomb Group, this base held the world's only operational capability for delivering nuclear weapons. This immense, unspoken power created an atmosphere of constant, low-frequency tension that permeated the dry, sun-baked air. The base itself was vast, stretching across the dusty plain like a sleeping giant. The barracks were uniform, simple structures of wood and concrete, their windows reflecting the relentless white light of the New Mexico sun. The sound of the base was a monotonous, deep rhythm, the distant, heavy rumble of B-29 superfortresses practicing their maneuvers, the measured, echoing footsteps of the sentries on their rounds, and the low, constant hum of the massive air conditioning units struggling against the 90-degree heat. The men of the 509th lived under a dense, self-imposed veil of secrecy. They were not allowed to discuss their mission, their technology, or the simple fact of their unique status. The knowledge they carried, the absolute power they represented, was a personal weight, heavy and silent. This secrecy created a strange duality in their lives. Their daily routines were mundane, filled with paperwork, maintenance checks, and measured flights, yet their purpose was cataclysmic. Colonel William Blanchard, BLA Inchard, the base commander, was the quiet architect of this routine. His office was a calm, orderly space, a refuge from both the desert heat and the atomic anxiety of the world outside. He understood that the best way to maintain absolute readiness was through absolute, predictable calm. Any deviation from the norm was a potential threat to national security, a tiny crack in the carefully constructed facade of control. In the maintenance hangars, the mechanics worked with slow, deliberate precision on the immense B-29s. These aircraft were treated with an almost religious reverence, their metallic skins polished, their engines meticulously tuned. The tools were laid out in perfect symmetry, the work conducted in a low, conversational murmur. The focus was intense, a steady, low-stakes conflict against the smallest margin of error. A loose wire, a faulty gauge, could not only endanger a mission, but could also compromise the very secret the base existed to protect. The nights at RAAF were long and quiet. The floodlights cast harsh, angular shadows across the empty runways, giving the base the appearance of a silent, immense machine waiting patiently in the dark. The men would sit in the mess hall, talking about baseball scores or the dust, carefully avoiding any topic that brushed against the true nature of their service. The air was dry and cool, the stars above countless, offering an infinite, silent contrast to the heavy, earthbound secret resting on the base. It was into this atmosphere of meticulously managed control and profound, systemic silence that the first news of the debris arrived. A simple call from a local sheriff, reporting strange materials found on a remote ranch. To the base command, this was not a matter of mystery, but a dangerous disruption. Any unauthorized debris, any object that fell from the sky risked compromising the very reason the 509th existed, to operate in absolute secrecy and control. Colonel Blanchard's immediate instinct, cultivated by years of guarding the highest secret, was not curiosity, but immediate, intense containment. The long, silent vigil of the 509th was about to be profoundly, fundamentally tested by the arrival of something entirely uninvited. Chapter 2. The Whispers and the initial press release. The morning the debris arrived at RAAF was marked by a sudden, jarring break in the base's predictable routine. Major Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer, returned from the ranch with the strange, secured material, and the initial reports he filed were not about a simple weather instrument, but about something truly unique. The Whispers began immediately, traveling through the ranks like a subtle current of static electricity. The intelligence section, usually a hub of quiet, analytical activity, became intensely focused. Enlisted men who handled the evidence, even briefly, spoke in hushed tones of the material's baffling properties. The silvery foil that refused to crush, the lightweight strips that would not snap. The material seemed to defy the common sense of every aircraft mechanic and engineer on the base. For the men of the 509th, trained to treat all information as classified, the initial reaction was not hysteria, but a deep, professional curiosity tinged with apprehension. They were accustomed to secret projects, experimental devices, and unexpected hardware arriving on base. But this material was different. It did not smell of jet fuel or oil. It did not feel like steel or aluminum. It felt profoundly alien to the world of heavy bombers and fissionable material. Colonel Blanchard, reacting to Marcel's initial definitive report, faced an immediate, low-stakes conflict. The debris, whatever its origin, was now public knowledge through the sheriff's involvement. He could not maintain the absolute silence required by the 509th mission. He had to address the local news outlets, who were already clamoring for details about the flying disc rumored to have been recovered. The decision was made, quickly and definitively, to lean into the sensationalism, believing it would be easier to retract a wild claim than to explain a complicated, potentially compromised piece of secret military hardware. The press release that went out from the RAAF public relations officer was brief, startling, and entirely unauthorized by higher command. RAAF captures flying disc in Roswell region. The moment that headline hit the wires, the silence of the 509th was shattered. The brief, intense flare of media attention was a direct violation of the base's prime directive, to exist in the shadows. The local radio stations and newspapers immediately switched their focus from the heat and the harvest to the military base that had found the impossible. Blanchard immediately felt the weight of his superiors' displeasure. His carefully controlled world was collapsing under the weight of a premature, sensational announcement. The telephone lines to Fort Worth and Washington, D.C. began to buzz with urgency, the sound of distant, powerful authority demanding to know why the base commander of the world's most sensitive installation had just confirmed the existence of extraterrestrial technology. The sudden, intense pressure underscored the fragility of the 509th secret mission. The real, crucial secret was the atomic capability. The secondary, accidental secret was the unidentifiable debris. The sensational press release had made the secondary secret the priority, threatening to expose the very nature of the base itself. Blanchard, a man who valued order above all else, realized he had made a profound error, and he immediately prepared to receive the corrective action from command, a corrective action that would bring with it the full force of General Ramey and the absolute, smothering power of the official lie. The atmosphere on the base shifted from professional curiosity to intense, silent apprehension, waiting for the inevitable heavy hammer of Washington to drop. Chapter 3. The arrival of General Ramey's order. The silence that followed the RAAF press release was not a calm one, but a frantic, internal quiet, the sound of a system preparing to defend itself. Colonel Blanchard spent the night on edge, anticipating the inevitable response from General Roger Ramey, the 8th Air Force commander. When Ramey's orders finally arrived, they were precise, heavy, and absolutely non-negotiable. The orders were clear. The debris was to be classified as a high-priority transfer, flown immediately to Fort Worth, and subjected to a physical verification. Major Marcel, the officer who had handled the material and signed the initial report, was to personally escort the fragments. This removal of the primary witness and the primary evidence was the first, quiet act of the cover-up, moving the problem away from the sensitive nuclear installation at RAAF and into the more conventional environment of a major military headquarters. The men on the base observed the preparations with a sense of confused detachment. They saw Marcel and his security escort quietly pack the odd, lightweight fragments. They saw the increased presence of military police, their faces grim and uncommunicative. The low-stakes conflict of fixing a fence post on the ranch had escalated, overnight, into a high-stakes struggle for narrative control between the local base and the national command structure. The atmosphere among the pilots and ground crew of the 509th was one of silent realization. They understood, instinctively, the immense difference between a genuine security breach and a simple accident. The speed and gravity of Ramey's response signaled to them that whatever Marcel had found, it was not merely a wayward piece of American hardware. If it were a secret American project, the response would have been internal, discreet, and quietly handled by an on-site team. The public, immediate movement of the debris and the involvement of the 8th Air Force leadership meant the event was considered an uncontrolled variable, something that defied internal categorization. This realization created a subtle, profound shift in the mindset of the men. They were the world's elite, masters of the ultimate weapon. They understood power. Yet, the official panic coming from above suggested the existence of a force, a technology, that rendered their own immense power irrelevant. This was a cognitive dissonance, a quiet, unsettling thought that settled into the back of their minds as they went about their meticulous routine of fueling B-29s. The departure of Marcel and the debris was swift and professional. A B-29, its metallic skin reflecting the bright desert sun, was prepped and flown out, carrying the secured fragments toward the public denial waiting in Fort Worth. As the immense bomber lifted off and banked away, its engine noise briefly dominating the air, A profound quiet returned to the RAAF. But it was a new kind of quiet, a quiet filled with the unspoken acknowledgement that the base was no longer just guarding a bomb. It was now guarding a story, an official, profound contradiction. The men returned to their duties, the mechanics to their precise work, the pilots to their flight plans, all operating under the heavy, silent weight of the truth they suspected, and the lie they knew was about to be enforced. Colonel Blanchard remained in his office, managing the ceaseless, low-stakes communication with Fort Worth, preparing his men for the absolute silence that would soon descend. The secrecy had deepened, becoming not merely a protective shield, but a systematic weapon against the truth. Chapter 4. The preparation of the decoy. The days immediately following the debris transfer were dominated by a single, focused activity. The systematic preparation of the Project Mogul cover story on the RAAF. The base, which typically conducted highly classified nuclear-related research, now focused on producing a believable physical decoy that would satisfy the public's need for an answer. The orders came down the chain of command, clear and cold. Gather the parts of a standard, high-altitude weather balloon and its associated radar reflector. This was the mundane, earthbound replacement for the resilient foil and symbolic strips. The work was assigned to specific, trusted teams, conducted in a secured area of the hangar with meticulous, almost bureaucratic detail. The process itself was a study in contrasts. The mechanics of the 509th, who routinely dealt with components engineered to withstand millions of tons of pressure, were now handling cheap, fragile materials. Thin rubber sheeting, balsa wood sticks, and simple aluminum foil used for conventional tracking. They worked slowly, deliberately, assembling the decoy pieces with the same professional care they gave to a B-29 engine, even though they knew the object was designed only to be a visual lie. The decoy was constructed to be utterly recognizable. The rubber sheeting was easily identifiable as balloon material. The radar reflector was clearly made of thin cardboard struts and standard metallic tape. The contrast between this material and the initial fragments, as described by the whispers in the mess hall, was stark. The low-stakes conflict was the difficulty of reconciling the material on the desk with the material in the memory. Crucially, the higher command ordered the base to find and photograph any remnants of an actual Project Mogul flight. Although Mogul itself was highly classified, its remnants were considered a safer, more palatable piece of debris than the unknown material. The existence of Mogul, a high-altitude acoustic espionage project, provided the perfect reason for a complicated, non-standard weather device to fall in the desert. It justified the initial secrecy and the non-conventional nature of the equipment, without revealing the truth of the non-human technology. The officers tasked with disseminating the new narrative were carefully briefed. They were instructed not to lie, but to redirect. They were to confirm that an unusual aerial object had fallen, that it was initially misidentified, and that the final, correct identification was a weather balloon belonging to a highly sensitive but purely domestic research project. The key was to make the cover story sound plausible, boring, and final. The base returned to a forced sense of normalcy. The work on the decoy was completed. The photographs of the benign, earthbound fragments were taken, and the story was ready for delivery. The men of the 509th watched, silent and watchful, as the official version was prepared. They were accustomed to being part of a larger global secret. Now they were participants in a profound local deception. The routine of the base, the mechanical precision, the quiet professionalism, was now applied not just to preparing for war, but to actively shaping a false history. The silence was the weapon, the lack of denial the most crucial component of the lie. Chapter 5. The atmosphere of the RAAF hospital. While the intelligence and command structures focused on the narrative and the decoy, the medical facilities at the Roswell Army Airfield were rumored to be the site of a different, more chilling form of containment. The RAAF hospital, a quiet cluster of buildings on the eastern edge of the base, was traditionally dedicated to the routine care of the servicemen and their families, treating heat stroke, minor injuries, and the pervasive anxieties of living on a highly secretive installation. Following the initial recovery efforts, whispers circulated among the hospital staff, the nurses, the orderlies, and the physicians, that the medical complex had been briefly placed under an extraordinary, profound lockdown. The nature of the lockdown was not to protect the staff from external threat, but to isolate the facility from any internal curiosity. The rumors centered on a second, separate recovery effort, allegedly conducted miles away from the initial debris field, where the impact site was more definitive and contained. This second site was said to have yielded not just fragments of metal and wood, but occupants. The hospital personnel, accustomed to dealing with the controlled reality of military injury, were suddenly confronted with the possibility of the fundamentally unknown. The stories were vague, whispered in the silent, empty corridors during the late-night shifts, unusual anatomical structures, bodies that did not bleed, and the chilling silence of forms that were unquestionably non-human. The low-stakes conflict for the medical staff was a deep, moral struggle. They were sworn to confidentiality, bound by the rigid, necessary discipline of military service. But the sight, or even the rumor, of non-human biology challenged their entire foundation of professional knowledge. The silence they maintained was not merely professional secrecy. It was a desperate attempt to process the impossible. The profound strangeness of the situation rendered them speechless, unable to categorize the sight using the known vocabulary of human medicine. The security around the hospital was visibly intensified. Armed guards, not the usual casual sentries, appeared at the entrances, their presence a silent, cold deterrent to any inquiry. Supplies were brought in and out under escort, and certain sections of the facility were sealed off. This quiet intensity confirmed to the staff that something extraordinary, something outside the realm of nuclear research or experimental flight, had indeed been brought to the base. The hospital's primary role in the story became its enforced, absolute silence. The men and women who worked there were subjected to the highest level of security scrutiny, their memories sequestered under the immense, crushing weight of national security. The quiet, repetitive routine of the hospital, the measured steps of the nurses, the sterile smell of antiseptic, the low, steady beep of the monitoring equipment, was used as a mask to hide the presence of the most profound, non-human secret. The sun would rise each morning, casting long, harsh shadows across the hospital lawn. The day would begin again with its low-stakes medical conflicts, but the memory of the lockdown, the fear of the unknown biology, and the profound, absolute silence maintained by the guards remained a deep, unsettling presence, a silent wound in the heart of the RAAF. The official mogul lie focused on debris. The hospital's unspoken secret centered on life, or something that profoundly resembled it, that did not originate from Earth. Chapter 6. The long, strange flight to right field while the official narrative was controlled in Fort Worth. The remnants of the debris embarked on a long, slow journey that revealed the true extent of the military's internal confusion. Once the debris was publicly identified as a weather balloon, Its destination should have been the scrap heap, or an archive of meteorological equipment. Instead, the real material began a quiet, high-security transfer that crisscrossed the country, a movement that spoke volumes about the military's true assessment of the fragments. The fragments were flown from Fort Worth not back to Roswell, but eastward toward Wright Field, now Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio. This location was and remains the heart of advanced aerospace engineering and material science research for the United States Air Force. This destination was a silent, professional contradiction of the official story. No simple weather balloon, regardless of its classification, warranted the attention of the Air Force's premier scientific complex. The flight itself was slow, measured, and heavily guarded, moving the secured cargo under the veil of absolute secrecy. The pilots and crew were informed only that they were transporting high-priority classified components, and they maintained the rigid, professional silence that characterized the 509th. They flew through the night, watching the endless stars above, the heavy drone of the B-29 engines the only sound in the vast, empty air. The debris arrived at Wright Field in the same quiet manner it had left Roswell. The subsequent analysis conducted there was not about identifying the object. Major Marcel and others had already confirmed its non-human strangeness, but about understanding its properties. Scientists at Wright Field, accustomed to the cutting edge of domestic technology, found themselves grappling with materials that defied known metallurgy and physics. The resilient foil was tested in labs, subjected to heat, cold, stress, and electromagnetic energy. The inability to cut the material, its memory for its original shape, and its profound lightness were confirmed by laboratory measurements. The symbolic strips were analyzed not as language, but as possible waveguides, circuit patterns, or structural composites, their meaning remaining as silent and cryptic as they had been on Mac Brazel's ranch. The quiet, intense study at Wright Field confirmed the central, unspoken truth. The debris was technologically advanced far beyond human capability in 1947. The official mogul story was maintained outside the walls, but inside the secure labs, the fragments were treated with the quiet reverence due to the ultimate scientific discovery. The movement of the debris was the final, defining act of the cover-up. The simple act of sending the fragments to the highest level of military scientific analysis was a silent testament to the material's real, profound significance. The silence surrounding the transfer was the deepest part of the secret, an acknowledged truth contained entirely within the highest security clearances. The 509th, by initiating the transfer, had successfully removed the extraordinary problem from its own highly sensitive location, placing the burden of the impossible on the shoulders of the nation's scientists. Chapter 7. The Enlisted Men and the Discipline of Silence, the greatest challenge faced by Colonel Blanchard, and the 509th Command Structure was not the media or the outside world, but the hundreds of enlisted men on the base. These were the aircraft mechanics, the cooks, the drivers, the clerks, the men who made the base function and who were privy to the small, contradictory details that revealed the truth. They were the ones who saw the unusual security around the hospital, the ones who heard Major Marcel's initial, excited reports before the retraction, and the ones who quietly noted the profound difference between the material Marcel recovered and the decoy material used for the press photographs. The discipline of the 509th was the critical factor in maintaining the silence. These men were veterans of the war, accustomed to rigid secrecy and absolute obedience. They understood, instinctively, that their individual curiosity was secondary to the immense security mission of the base. The base command did not need to issue frantic, threatening orders. They simply reinforced the pervasive, ambient silence that already defined life on a nuclear installation. The immediate reaction on the base was a subtle, unspoken acknowledgement of a shared, forbidden knowledge. In the mess hall, conversations about the weather balloon were delivered with a slight, almost imperceptible irony, a low-stakes test of the waters that quickly faded under the cold, silent disapproval of the officers present. They knew the cost of speaking out, the professional and personal penalties for breaking the silence of the 509th. The enlisted men internalized the contradiction. They went about their monotonous, essential duties, cleaning the barracks, maintaining the vehicles, preparing the meals, with a renewed professional focus. The strange, non-human incident was mentally filed away in a secure, internal space, a place reserved for things seen but never spoken of. The low-stakes conflict was the constant, internal effort to act normally, to maintain the appearance of routine while carrying the profound, impossible secret. The base command used a quiet, sophisticated form of psychological control. They did not threaten. They simply reiterated the core mission. The security of the United States, the delicate balance of the atomic age, depended on the absolute control of all information originating from the 509th. The debris, whether from a foreign power or a non-human source, was now simply categorized as an intelligence failure that required absolute containment. This culture of silence was so deep that many men, years later, found it genuinely difficult to discuss the incident, not because they feared reprisal, but because the memory had been so thoroughly suppressed by the professional imperative to forget. The truth had become a non-event, a dangerous rumor that had to be actively suppressed for the good of the service. The atmosphere of the base was the most effective cover-up mechanism, a vast, silent machine of absolute routine, designed to crush any deviation from the norm under the heavy weight of its own significance. The quiet obedience of the enlisted men was the true, unsung victory of the official lie. Chapter 8. The aftermath and the bases returned to routine following the swift, systematic suppression of the Roswell Incident. The 509th Bomb Group returned to its most essential state, a machine of absolute, quiet readiness. Colonel Blanchard ensured that the return to routine was immediate and profound, a necessary act of psychological cleansing for the base. The flying disc headline was forgotten by the national media, replaced by other, more conventional anxieties of the post-war world. On the RAAF, the only sign that anything extraordinary had occurred was a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere, a deeper, more watchful silence among the security forces, a sharper focus in the intelligence sections. The low-stakes, daily conflict of the base resumed. The massive B-29s were wheeled in and out of the hangars, their powerful engines performing the measured, familiar sounds of preparation. The pilots practiced their long-range navigation, the mechanics tightened their thousands of bolts, and the clerks filed their endless mountains of paperwork. The routine was a deliberate, comforting counterweight to the unsettling possibility of the non-human. For the command structure, the greatest success was the survival of the Project Mogul cover story. The explanation was not perfect, but it was just good enough. It provided a complex, classified, earthbound reason for the initial panic and the unusual materials, effectively preventing any deep, sustained inquiry into the true nature of the debris. The classification of Project Mogul as a high-altitude acoustic espionage project allowed the military to hide the incredible, by invoking the need for secrecy about the merely sensitive. Colonel Blanchard, having navigated the crisis with a cold professionalism, saw the incident not as a brush with the impossible, but as a severe test of the 509th security protocols. The only failure, in his view, was the initial, unauthorized press release. The subsequent, total suppression of the facts was a demonstration of the base's ability to defend its most crucial secret, its atomic role. The debris itself, having vanished into the highest levels of scientific analysis at Wright Field, became a silent artifact of the base's history, an unsettling rumor that only occasionally surfaced in hushed, late-night conversations. The base itself continued its mission, standing as the silent, powerful guardian of the atomic age, its existence a testament to the heavy weight of global power. The silence that settled over the RAAF was deep and long-lasting. It was the sound of a story that had been thoroughly, systematically erased from the official record, preserved only in the deep, quiet recesses of the memories of the men who had seen the resilient foil and heard the strange, contradictory whispers. The base was safe, secure, and profoundly silent once more, its primary purpose of atomic deterrence successfully shielded by the convenient, mundane explanation of a weather balloon. Chapter 9. The long-term personal cost of the silence. The Roswell Incident did not end for the men of the 509th when the last piece of debris was flown away. The long-term cost was personal and profound, a quiet internal erosion caused by years of mandatory silence regarding an undeniable, extraordinary truth. For Major Marcel, the cost was the deep cognitive dissonance that fractured his professional life. He performed his duties as a faithful officer, but he carried the cold, absolute certainty that he had been forced to lie about the most significant physical discovery of his lifetime. This internal conflict created a quiet, guarded demeanor, a perpetual sense of watchfulness that never truly left him. He knew the difference between the military's truth and the universe's truth, and he was required to choose the former. For the enlisted men, the cost was a deep, pervasive cynicism about the information provided by their government. They had seen the proof of the official lie with their own eyes, the contrast between the strange fragments and the decoy balloon. This knowledge, though unexpressed, planted a seed of quiet skepticism that grew over their lives, a silent understanding that not all facts were created equal, and that the most profound truths were often those most aggressively denied. The low-stakes personal conflict for these men was the constant, low-frequency pressure of maintaining the illusion of ignorance. When asked about Roswell, even years later, they reverted to the practiced, professional silence of the 509th, repeating the mantra of the weather balloon with a neutral tone that betrayed nothing. The discipline instilled on the base was so powerful that it became a permanent, reflexive mechanism of suppression. Some men found their careers subtly derailed, their promotions stalled, simply because their names were too closely associated with the initial discovery, a quiet consequence of being too near an uncontrollable anomaly. Others found themselves transferred to remote locations, their experience at the RAAF viewed as a potential security risk, a contamination of memory that needed to be diluted through distance and time. The wives and families of the men also paid a silent cost. They lived with the quiet tension, the unspoken knowledge that their husbands were guarding a secret far greater than the atomic one. They learned to interpret the silence, to understand the meaning behind the averted gaze and the abrupt changes in conversation. The profound secrecy of the 509th had permeated their homes, creating a domestic quiet that was heavy with the weight of the unacknowledged. The legacy of the incident on the men of the 509th was the lasting triumph of institutional silence over individual experience. They were highly trained military professionals, yet they were rendered powerless in the face of the command structure's absolute need for narrative control. They continued their essential, high-stakes work of guarding the atomic secret, but they did so with the quiet, unsettling knowledge that the greatest secret they had ever witnessed had nothing to do with Earth. Chapter 10. The quiet legacy and the desert's endurance. Decades after the event, the Roswell Army Airfield evolved, its name and mission changing with the passage of time. The immense silence that once covered the high-stakes preparations of the 509th Bomb Group was replaced by a more conventional quiet, the sound of a base that had outlived its immediate, terrifying purpose. The legacy of the 509th in the Roswell Incident is the ultimate demonstration of the power of compartmentalization and silence. The men on the base successfully executed the most crucial, high-stakes mission of all, ensuring that the truth of the unidentifiable debris did not compromise the secret of the atomic deterrent. They buried the cosmic secret to protect the nuclear secret, a profound act of professional loyalty. When the story resurfaced in the late 1970s and 1980s, the testimonies from the retired men of the 509th, like Marcel, were characterized by a slow, measured, and often painful truthfulness. Their words carried the weight of years of imposed silence, their delivery underscoring the sincerity of their impossible claims. They were not sensationalists. They were disciplined professionals finally relieved of their greatest burden. The low-stakes conflict of the entire Roswell saga continues in the quiet tension between the official reports and the witnesses' memories. The Project Mogul explanation remains the cold, hard, unyielding fact of the military record. But the emotional truth, the feeling of the uncrushable foil, the memory of the geometric symbols, the shock of the enforced silence, rests with the quiet, steady voices of the men of the 509th. The town of Roswell, years later, embraced the sensationalism, transforming the quiet trauma of 1947 into a colorful, marketable myth. But the real, profound memory belongs to the vast, empty desert surrounding the base. Tonight, the dry wind still whispers across the decommissioned runways of the former RAAF. The floodlights are off, and the sky is an enormous, deep canvas of infinite stars. The air is cool, dry, and silent. The deep, low-frequency hum of a strategic base is gone, replaced by the natural, ancient quiet of the New Mexico night. It is a quiet that invites reflection, a profound silence that allows the mind to consider the immense, unacknowledged possibilities of the universe. We breathe slowly, feeling the dry air fill our lungs, and listen to the enduring silence of the desert, a final, unshakable witness to the quiet moment when the world's most powerful military force came face to face with a technology that was profoundly, silently, and utterly beyond its control. The story of the 509th is a final, heavy silence, a deep pause in the history of human certainty.